Hybrid DSP, set of programmatic tools for any advertising channels. AI vision plan, spearheading innovative and visual advertising formats. Hi, in-house programmatic solution. AI, human guided, and a personalized patient.
output audio দেখো একটা ডান দিক বা বাঁ দিকে
So basically, eight class space. It's okay about being gathered. Eight class space.
line
না না ইয়ে ওটা লিঙ্ক করে দিয়েছে
আজকেও আমাদের সঙ্গে চা
ঠিক,
খাবে না?
ঠিক।
খাবেই হলো। আসছি আমি এক্ষুনি, দাঁড়াও। আর সাথ সাথ সমোসা भी খাবো। কত বড় সাকসেস, এইটুকু সেলিব্রেট।
ঠিক, ঠিক।
আলোর মাথায় জগতে মনের ভাষা কে বোঝে রে।
কার কাছে কই মনের কথা ৩রা জুলাই থেকে প্রতিদিন সন্ধ্যে ৬:৩০টায় জি বাংলায়।
Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch. Yes? Can I have some attention, please? Okay, so a very warm welcome back to everyone present here. I hope that everybody is all energized and ready to learn more. So the next keynote address is on future of retail. Sustainability is truly digital. And to shed more light on that, may I please invite our speaker, Mr. Harshvardhan Chauhan, VP Chief Marketing and Omnichannel Officer, Spencer's Retail, Nature's Basket and D2C Portfolio, RPSG. Can we please give him a huge round of applause? Come on, everyone. Let's give him a huge round of applause. A very warm welcome to you.
Hi, I hope it's audible. Good afternoon, everyone.
I think what we are just witnessing right now, I hope it's not important, is one of the most dreadful things in the history of events. The post-lunch session, right? Our tummies are full, the minds are drifting. It's difficult for me to say anything that can hold your attention, but we'll talk about the event and the topic very shortly. So great to find everybody is busy and social media keeps everybody busy these days. Yeah. Get rid. Okay. My name is Harshvardhan Chauhan and I'm a consumer leader. That's what I do. I've been with brands with the likes of ITC, Levers, Godrej, till the time I figured out that I will do something that has an industry level impact and was instrumental in building India's fifth biggest e-commerce marketplace, shopclubs.com, before driving one of the biggest digital transformation journeys for DLF, India's one of the biggest real estate companies, leading their shopping malls portfolio. And finally, what I thought is the last thing I need to pick up in my learning curve is what I feel is the most difficult task. So can anybody tell what's the most difficult thing? What's the most difficult job in this? Any guess? Anybody can tell what's the most difficult job? Nobody even wants to attempt that question. Okay, I'll make it simple. The most difficult job in the world is to keep your wife happy. Yeah, now nobody else is laughing. My job is even more difficult. My job is to keep everybody else's wife happy. How difficult is that? I'm in a grocery business, which essentially means that every morning, every single day, no matter how many years of COVID, the shops remain 100% open. Nothing shuts down, and everybody's got an opinion saying the fruits are not fresh, the vegetables have not been neatly kept in the aisle. I can't really discover where's the shampoo, and your packs are not good enough. They're small, they're large. I don't like the experience, kind of, yeah. So everybody is a consumer. In India, if you look at the retail industry, we are inching towards by 2026 to become a $1.7 trillion economy just in retail. That's huge. The biggest thing that's driving our economy is consumption, and that's something that's driving the global economy. Globally, the retail industry is $27 trillion, out of which $20 trillion is just in physical stores. Shopping that gets done when you walk into a shopping mall or a kirana or a neighborhood or any modern retail. And now switching gears to what we have to talk about today, the future of retail, sustainability is truly future. Retail has gone through unprecedented change. Look at the last 3 years, or even the last decade. The rise and rise of omnichannel, the rise and rise of internet, not trusting internet as a trusted channel, making payments cheap. The bigger transformation in fintech inclusion. Everything now gets delivered at your doorsteps, right from Blinkit to things that gets delivered within 10 minutes, Zepto, and everything else. One of the most important studies of this decade of consumers stated that the average consumer has discovered 5 times more brands in last 3 years during the pandemic than they have done in last decade. And how's that? That's the rise and rise of D2C, disrupting the distribution itself. The ability for a small brand to directly reach out to consumers, which first of all was a monopoly of big FMCG companies. Think about Sleepy Owl, that ad you saw on Instagram, some wild honey ad you see today morning, or new products in apples that are coming in extensive. We've discovered more brands than we've discovered ever before in last 2 years. And with that, the biggest question in front of the unprecedented change that the retail industry is witnessing is sustainability. And when I say sustainability, it's not sustainability that gets discussed at the end of the boardroom agenda. It's about putting it at the heart of the organization. As consumption goes up, both conspicuous or conscious, anyways, the core principle is to ensure that we do not work as an organization to run our own companies, to run our own homes, but we run organizations to run and benefit the planet. At the core of sustainability is the idea of supporting communities, building communities, and nurturing them. And when I think sustainability as a word gets thrown in any discussion, I think it becomes deprioritized just by design. But to understand sustainability, it's not about additional initiatives. It's about having place in every part of your strategy and operations. Think about circular economy, the ability to reuse, recycle, refurbish, do everything that is required where the consumption becomes more environment friendly, more social friendly. And that's not just an agenda of corporate governance. It's something that consumers are asking for. It's something that is standing in the face of businesses of the future, saying that brands will really and genuinely drive sustainability at the heart of their agendas would be the ones that would thrive, would be the ones that would be picked by consumers. 64% of Chinese consumers, when they were surveyed, they said that we ourselves
want products which are environment friendly, and the world is consuming China. And in next 10 years,
what I personally foresee, the world will be consuming India. There will be more Indian companies going MNC, and India for sure will be one of the biggest markets that MNCs will in their playbooks for sure have at the topmost brand. And when you look at it from that perspective, it's very important to understand and define sustainability, saying that sustainability is something which has to realign your strategy. Fortunately or unfortunately, most CEOs actually focus most of their times on sales numbers, focus on looking at the P&L day in and day out. Sustainability is not about seeing your P&L in the green, but it's about doing everything which is about doing good and doing everything that is green in itself. Look at greenhouse emissions, look at scarcity of resources. Sustainability does not only limit itself to manufacturing practices, it's about retailers who are selling. It's even about consumers who are making the choice. Now, when you look at from that perspective, where does digital come? Now, digital essentially is a portmanteau of two words. It's, of course, if you look at the Oxford Dictionary, you'll not find this word about it. Besides, Oxford Dictionary is limited, so we need to keep expanding it. Digital is essentially a portmanteau of physical and digital, and that's the word we are living in. Look at what just happened in the post-lunch session. There was a lunch experience which was in the physical world. the moment a lot of us came in, we're back to our digital skills. The real world of consumers is actually residing in the cusp of physical and digital, and hence sustainability and the future of retail sustainability is truly digital. Which means that it really does not matter whether you are a brick and mortar store or you are a purely online store. You could be running a D2C brand. You could be driving one of the biggest quick commerce agendas in the country. Right from where you procure, how do you manage packaging till the last mile of fulfillment. What is being consumed, what is being put into it in terms of not just resources, but even in terms of what is required and what is not required. All of that comes in the agenda of sustainability. If I could really simplify it, stop doing it. We have to stop doing everything that we're doing right now. Just stop it for a moment and say, is it right? But there is temptation to run companies. There is a temptation to run homes. There is temptation to keep the status quo as it is. And that's the reason sustainability is one of the most prioritized things. But not everywhere in the world. There are companies who are making products that are truly green and truly sustainable. And they have unit economics and a rate of profitability that are unmatched. And these are companies which are the most sought after, even from an investor standpoint. These are companies for which consumers are willing to pay a premium for what they consume. And that's the agenda that essentially pushes the circular economy also. So if I could put top three agendas for the next decade, what would drive the success of future companies, not just in retail, but for that matter, it transgresses across industries and segments. Sustainability is at the top. Second, essentially, is the ability for organizations to behave and become truly digital, which means that no longer there is flexibility for brands to choose that I reside only in the physical world or in the digital world. Consumers are truly omnichannel, and so will have the brands and the organizations happen. That's two. Three, once you're digital, you understand sustainability. I think the biggest values that consumers are looking for the next decade to consume are looking for genuinely authentic, purpose-driven brands. Are you in a business which is just there to make money, or are you there to fulfill a purpose which you've found that makes a larger sense in the scheme of the planet? And those are the things which are not mere philosophies, but they are the things which eventually go on to drive the culture, to make sure your company is something that it is meant to be in the larger schemes. And being purposeful does not only mean having an agenda which is socially fulfilling, having an agenda which is contributing some part of the efforts to communities. But being purpose-driven is saying that there is something that you have as a core value, which stands above the profit and loss statement. It stands above the everyday operations. It stands above any challenge that the organization would face very tactically, timely. And that's the purpose that drives the largest strategic pillar in the long run. So having said that, have I taken 10 minutes or we have more? Yeah, we have more, 2 minutes more. Okay. So I finished it online, so we can have some questions, but let me do some filler again. I really want to push more on the sustainability agenda, but I think there is something more I wanted to add which will take rather more time, and which essentially is a core pillar which endures sustainability entering the mainstream strategic labels. And that's more to do with culture. Now, culture essentially is the driving force, saying that when you look at the mere definition of what an organization is, it's something when people with a common purpose come together to do something that they agree on jointly. That was forms an organization. And once you do that, culture comes as an ongoing practice. Now what really is a culture? within the frame of an organization. It's something of how you interact socially within that small unit. It's about what would drive what kind of decisions. Most often than not, those decisions are about profitability. Those decisions are about sustainability. And those decisions are about things that will make you see tomorrow for the business. Even if there are long-term plans being made, they are plans which are put in numbers, right? And that's where we go wrong with sustainability. And hence, one of the biggest keywords in sustainability is saying, what is the kind of culture that is rooted within the basic realm when you start an organization? Does it put sustainability, which is basically saying, would my organization be known about doing good? Would my organization be known about giving back to the planet, giving back to the societies and communities, or would it just be an organization which will be known and seen in terms of its numbers that it delivers? Large part of private equity investment that is happening, and that has happened, and we've seen one of the biggest write-offs in last 3 years, especially by the top 3-4. And those write-offs essentially have been because the unit economics have not been sustainable. So sustainability is not only about the environment, it's also about the ability to sustain the basic or the core engine of the business itself. And again, that comes and drives from the fact that what initial and fundamental choices we would have taken in massaging the mission for any kind of business. Would that be very short-sighted, or is it something that drives some longer-term agendas that go beyond your own organization to affect communities and societies and maybe in the larger schemes of the planet and environment? Having said that, the last pointer that I want to put forth on sustainability agenda is saying that there are 61 million micro, small, and medium enterprises in our country, right? And most possibly, we would not be knowing the names of not more than 10 of them. And if you ask them, about 15 of them. But if I tell you what is driving the economic growth in the country, these are not the big market cap companies, but this is the consumption that is being driven in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 by the MSMEs that are smaller businesses that are driving the consumption. And when I look from that statistical lens, a bigger question comes in that often we hear about bigger corporate governance agendas of the top market cap companies of what they're doing. Picking up some carbon credits, picking up some solar agendas, part of some electric agendas, something on greenhouse gases. But we often forget the larger engine which is driving the economic growth is the MSMEs. And that's where the bigger conversation of collaboration and partnership becomes as a big lever in sustainability, saying that sustainability is not something that you will drive in isolation. Sustainability comes with an inclusive agenda, partnering and collaborating with MSPs, encouraging them to have sustainability at their core of agendas. One of the good examples where the government of India has taken, saying that any procurement they do promote MSMEs, right? They ensure that they support them as they grow in their journey. And that is likewise with sustainability as an agenda, saying that when you do businesses or partnerships or collaborations, and when you are building your strategy playbooks, do not just think about the bigger companies, think about the 51 or 60 million MSMEs that are there. And if you could really go ahead and make sure that sustainability is driven within that partnership, which essentially are very basic principles saying, what is that you're procuring? What is that you're buying? And what is it impact? What is impact on the very neighboring society and community and the larger? And those fundamental questions are something which, why does that become important much? Because I'm saying I'm a consumer leader, so I will see and believe anything that I think the next decade of time that we see would be influencing consumers to the largest extent. And the future consumer in the next decade would be picking up brands, would be picking up organizations that are truly to be sustainable. They would certainly be making choices on smaller things, saying that which packet to pick up. And if there is a packet which is eco-like, which is eco-friendly, they would certainly go ahead and make that choice. Consumers would be making choices on investing in products that are built strong, to sustain for a long period of time, and not the ones which are use and throw and which are detrimental to their environment. And when you look back that in hindsight, 5 years down the line, and look at companies saying that these are the companies, they spend a lot in marketing, they did a great job in announcing what they do, but they really did not end up doing good. The reason for that is maybe they lost out the starting gun on putting sustainability at their heart of their position. I could have talked about a lot of things. I genuinely wanted to talk about sustainability in retail, and specifically retail, which is if I look at grocery, which is contributing $300 billion in the Indian economy. I think the biggest or the most pressing thing that I see in the realms of business is how consumption is happening every single day, every single moment. And with what seriousness both the consumers and organizations make rational choices of the kind of consumption they do, and the impact it has in the larger scheme of things. It's something that's important to me because it's something that determines what world the future generations, the one which is immensely ridden with conspicuous consumption, or the one which is more conscious and more aware and more nurturing, saying that whatever we do today, we are really, really mindful of what its impact is in future. That's it. Thank you very much. And really glad. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chauhan, for sharing your insights with us. Now, I would request our team to kindly propagate, and I would request all the audience present here, please pay your attention towards the AV screen. So as the day progresses, we are covering one intriguing topic, one after another. So the next panel discussion is going to be on purpose, civic, and people, really popular for Bharat. And the session chair is being held by Mr. Charcha, founder and CEO, Inner Circle Advertising, President, Advertising Club of Calcutta. Can we please give him a huge round of applause? Good afternoon to you and a very warm welcome.
Good afternoon. As I said on the chair, let me set the context. It's post lunch, so my brief interaction when I met Sadhguru way back. You're from advertising, so we usually sleep late and we wake up late. So my brief interaction is incredible. I said that, Sadhguru, I really don't know how will I be able to get up at 4:30 in the morning. He said, don't worry, I'll take care of that. And trust me, 4:30 in the morning, there will be traumas outside my door. Trouble. And I'm not joking, it's a fact. I think post lunch, instead of this bells, we should have dramas here, drama away so that we are all big. So the context today is a very interesting one. Purpose, given people for the greater Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, my personal journey in advertising, if I look at it, I've always seen that there's been one elegant thread that has kind of tied in brands to humans. And that elegant thread, that eternal question has been, do I have a purpose? Interestingly, we always feel that as if we have not arrived in, brands feel they're still speaking. And an interesting quote from social media, I don't know that it's true, this is attributed to Mark Twain. Apparently, he says that there are two important momentous occasions in your life. The day you're born and the day you find out why. Like Neo found out in The Matrix. And of course, Skywalker in Star Wars. Ladies and gentlemen, this possibly is the high ground of brand purpose. Kevin Roberts, and my favorite agency happens to be MNC and not such and such. I love Boris and Charcha. I love all the madness that they did. So Kevin Roberts, ex-CEO of such and such, says something very interesting, and I'm going to quote him. He says that he argues actually, human beings are powered by emotions and not by reasons, he says. And the essential difference between emotion and reason is while reason allows you to conclude, emotion allows you to act. Interesting point of view. He further argues that love needs respect right from day one. Without respect, love fades like a fad. It's not sustainable. So he says, and he argues that love marks are those brands which are extremely high. You break up the quadrant into love and respect, then extremely high on the axis where there is high love and high respect. And he says that that is purpose. Later we meet Simon Sinek, who says that, and it's worth repeating, he says people never buy what you do. They always buy the why part of the brand, why you do what you do. So regardless of the products Apple make, they always believe in challenging the status quo. It is therefore clear that Apple believes in something different, and they have historically been that. One burning issue in Cannes today was, unlike traditional brands like Unilever, Coke, P&G, these startups don't have a clearly defined purpose. They are more driven by commerce rather than culture. Now, given the context of India, and Swatsara had that incredible slide which I love, where he kind of broke up the country with saris, with fabric. I said, wow. You can also make up the country through pav bhaji and jhalmuri and pyaz kachori and chai and many other things. So we have such a diverse demographic and cultural context. I have the honor of presenting to you 4 stalwarts. First on stage, Mr. Mohan Kambani. He happened to be my client when he was last with more Hyderabad. And he's an incredibly intelligent man and one of the finest clients that I've met in my life. He's worked in retail for a long time. He's recently started his entrepreneurial drive. His ventures to more sale with an omni-channel, value-driven supermarket. He's currently focused on using technology to the best of his ability to scale up retail market. He has also worked for marquee brands like Kolkata and ICI Paints across the country. Next, again, our client has met and I've had lengthy conversations with Mr. Jalaluddin Mundur, an engineer from NIT Durgapur and FPM from Manchester. He's a marketing professional with over 20 years of collective experience in telecom, media, and entertainment industry. With brands such as Vodafone, Nokia, Microsoft, Blue Stars, E Entertainment, among others, under his kitty of experience. He's currently the cluster marketing head of CMOs. And then dear friend Shomrat from University. He's a hybrid advertising person. He's been in marketing technology with an experience of 24 years. He's worked with Times Group, TCS, Berger, Z Bangla, Cherokee, and Compact, among others. He decided to be the founder of one of the early digital agencies. That's when I met him. Extremely insightful person. And then, of course, it was later acquired by Madison Digital. He's also serving as the Secretary of Advertising Club Kolkata for the last 3 years. And then, of course, I call him my prodigal son, Mr. Murli Krishnan. A storyteller's heart and a marketing hustle. That's how I started his career at Inner Circle Advertising. Not many of you perhaps know that. He went on to become the lead client servicing executive for us, therefore leaving us to join Low Bombay, becoming youngest vice president then across the country. And from there onwards, epic journey into Wow Momo as a co-founder, and now the chief brand officer in the year 2018. And now he's championing possibly one of the fastest growing brand in this country. With that, ladies and gentlemen, my job here is over. I should take a seat and we should start the discussion. I think this works really well. So I know we are short of time. I know we want to be pushing for a little extra, but I will just be just a half an hour. And this is an incredible difficult topic. So I'm looking up, I'm going to ask 4 questions to the 4 panelists. Maybe have an interaction, then open it up to the audience. The first one is to you were with Spencer, you were with, as a president, you were with Moore as a president. Started Sumo Safe now in Bengal, which is doing reasonably well. Given this context, we would like to understand your point of view on how you think defining a clear brand purpose and empowering your people with the same of greater clarity, consistency, and discipline helps you to have a head start over your competition.
Thanks. Where to start? Well, let me put it like this. If you want where you will have what you're trying to do. So before you can start, probably that is the most, that's the first step you need to take. And everything will logically flow after that, whether it is people, whether it is capital, whether it is technology, whatever else you need to throw into the mix to make your business successful. So, I mean, I have no other way to answer that except to say that's the starting point of whatever you're trying to do. Because without that pivot, you're likely to, go out of the place and then eventually be unsuccessful. And the better you are at that and sharper you are at that, obviously will be a source of competitive advantage because you will align everything to all your resources in order to achieve that. So my advice to anybody whatever problem they're solving, whatever business they are in, is articulate this clearly first. Be very clear about what you're trying to solve and therefore what your brand stands for. That should be a strategy.
I would just extend another question for you in the same light. When you say that every brand need a purpose, it needs to be clearly articulated. How important is it for your co-workers, your employees? Like my wife works for Tata's. If I even utter a single word, which is not, she's not in agreement with the Tata philosophy, she would butcher them. So, I mean, owning a problem is also owning a philosophy, owning a vision. It's part of that. It's the larger picture that as an employee, I've owned the organization. Isn't that where great age comes?
Yeah. Is that, yeah. So I'll try and articulate what we are trying to do, and maybe that will make it clearer. So the consumers we try to serve, which are middle India or garden consumers, the 180 million out of the 307 million households now, which are almost 50% of consumption for food and grocery. Their primary driver is value. And what we are trying to do is deliver it to them in a way that they feel smart and get a sense of achievement. That's where we start from. That's what we want to stand for. Now, the moment that is clear, everything which follows as a retailer becomes crystal clear. What is our pricing strategy? What is our assortment strategy? What is our technology strategy? What is where do we prioritize our spends in terms of capex? What kind of people will we hire? So everything flows from there. So after articulating that, we actually went about and even articulated all key retail processes which are aligned with that. So for instance, if after having articulated this promise to our consumers, we go about and in one process completely contradict it, obviously will not succeed. So this has to be centered. I think in every discussion, the promise to a consumer needs to keep coming about, and we need to get constantly reminded about it. In fact, we've that we've given a pen portrait to our consumer. We call her Shamla, and we've got a blow-up offer in our conference. So it continues to remind her that's the reason we are there to and we exist.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll take the next question to Mr. Murali Krishnan. I mean, you had a fabulous stint in advertising, and now you're the CM, the fastest growing USR, if I'm right. Well, I keep saying that Bharat is not about moving with me only. It's about Idli Sambar, Vada Pav, Chai, and Pyaz Kasori, and many other things, and also CMOs. So, will you share with us your challenges on how difficult it has been for you to embrace agility and innovation to stay competitive, given your size of manpower and the diverse cultural cohorts of our country?
Yeah, there's three questions in one question. So I break this question in two parts. Agility is the first and most important thing I think any startup should have. You're ready to pivot. I think to me, in my mind, and I've been asked in many of the forums where they ask me that, who do you think what is a startup? I feel startup is not about unicorn or funding or valuation. A startup is about the brand which is ready to pivot. To me, in my mind, the biggest startup in the country is startup. And having said that, agility comes from two things. Number one, how strongly are you listening to the consumer demand? So what is your strength of listening power? I think that defines, which therefore defines what is going to be your next big thing for an organization. That defines what is going to be your any kind of strategy. That also defines what is the purpose you're doing. So therefore, to me, first step for agility is having strong leaders. And number two, second step of agility is uh, making your management lean, which means today we have 6,300 employees across the country. We have 623 outlets, 624 outlets now. All of them are company-owned and company-operated. None of them are franchises. So while from the macro level, it might look that it's a Mahim, but we know that town halls at regular intervals. Number two, a simple lean structure of organization. We don't have multiple hierarchies in the system. And regular conversation with the lowest common denominator. These three things have helped us to scale up where we have to scale up. Even to an extent that if you ask me, I might exactly tell you, although the employees need to join because we are that connected at the ground. So this is the agility part. And therefore agility is itself as a matrix. You have feedbacks which is constantly coming back to you. You have customer centricity program that is coming back to you, which you keep running. Your digital team that constantly sits, looks at the feedback loop, understands where are the problems. Therefore, we have a huge training network. The training team ensures that such problems, which problem could have happened in a Pune store, can also happen in Delhi store. How do you stop that? So that learning which you see on ground, how do you pass it on to other important channels? So this is the agility part of it. Second, which I personally feel that pivoting has helped us to reimagine every single city as a country in itself. And we have this goal we call ourselves that we want to become the 4-kilometer brand. If you are top of mind within the 4 kilometers and reach out to every single household, you become a brand in itself. So in India, you can't be a brand, you can't be a great retail brand only if you have a macro strategy. I personally feel that until unless you don't become a brand for the 1,000 people living around your vicinity, you can't be a brand for the country. So the 4-kilometer rule we have for marketing, for brand building, for branding team, we have it for the digital team, we have it for the operations team. Before we even lock a location, we have a household counts that come to us. We know what is the household count. We have an engine, a data engine which tells us how many Maruti cars are there in that locality, how many ATMs are there, which are the ATMs. But I've seen the entire package. How many ATMs are there? Which brand ATMs are there? Is it an SBI ATM centric locality, or is it an Axis Bank ATM centric locality, or is it an ICICI Bank ATM centric locality? So all those factors go in when I create the data pool, and therefore pivoting with a purpose to that particular data pool is very micro. It's hyper local. I think so. These are the two major factors. I think agility comes when you are listening to people, and customization or personalization happens in India when you are hyper local in experiences. Like for example, whenever we do store opening, we do a blood donation camp wherever we see elderly. We do a football competition at the Pada level or a club level. Similarly, when we launched, say, in Chennai, we started, using religious occasions as a very important part for us. So we do Pongal competitions in Chennai, right? So there might people look at the brand saying that why is Wow Momo doing a Pongal competition? But to me, Wow Momo is not brand Wow, it's a brand Wow also, right? Which is being proven. So hyper localization and it's the way forward. So I feel and a brand that balances between this agility and hyper localization is finds the way to stay. And again, like you said, that India is not only Muri Ukuni. It's today in every second household of India behaves in a different way. When we were kids, today I was part of a consumer focus group the other day, and where the kid is telling us that the parent is telling us that his son, who's 4 years old, is hooked onto entire K-pop songs, and now wants to have noodles, even if it's Maggie at home with chopsticks. So that's the changing world for us. You didn't have kids at 5 years old wanting to have sushi for dinner. You didn't have, so the entire culture overall it's changing. And it's changing in a very weird spectrum. At one end, we are becoming global. At the other end, we are expecting hyper-local experiences. So for a food brand, it's even more challenging because we have to serve the best dal makhani that tastes like home, but you should get a feel that it's come from a very good restaurant, and it has to come equally hot after traveling for 45 minutes, not spilling by Uber bike ride. It must be raining, it must be peak of heat, but the taste of dal makhani should be perfect. So it's a very big challenge.
Interesting. I'll circulate, move to Jalal. Jalal, you are long, many people here know that you're a landmark of Bengal. You were possibly one of the largest regional GC channel of this country. I have a very interesting question for you. How can you, Jalal, have a clarion call for Z Bangla, which is so different, clear purpose statement, which is different and culturally sensitive, and yet differentiated from your national brand vision? Is this possible? If yes, possible, then how? If you're saying yes, it is possible, then how?
Good afternoon. Kanchan, in fact, I was hearing when you were saying that why people buy what they buy, and you talked about that one of a strong reason that people act because of their emotions. Fundamentally, that is what the answer is. That people might evaluate rationally, but at the end of the day, act emotionally. And answering to your question in one line, yes, we've been doing this. We've been doing this quite successfully for so many years. And but then before I really getting into little more detail on that and reflect my mind on that, I just wanted to pick up a few of the points that you, in fact, Mohan and then Murli talked about. Is in one sense we can summarize is Bharat. We talk about Bharat, and then everywhere this is going to be the buzzword. In my mind, the Bharat is the concept is very much there across, even if probably 100, 150 years, 200 years back. I mean, Kanchan, while I was just coming here, I was thinking about that, how beautifully one of our poet, Bengali poet, phrases like Nana Asha Nana Mat, Nana Buridhan, Vividher Majadako, Vilan Mohan. Bengali can understand. Basically, what we are seeing and our all these great philosophers and poets, they talk about what Bharat is. We got that beautiful essence wherein we have a unity, right? We have a unity without in uniformity, and then we have diversity without division. That's the essence. And the global insight, the universal insight that we're living in. But little unfortunate that we are realizing that and articulating it, accepting this fact, because we got a pressing need today. And you know why this pressing need? Because of technology. Technology is pushing us to think and pushing us to think how to survive. Today, because of technology, which is a great enabler, and even if a startup can fight with the monster like Google and Samrat is here. It is because of the technology. Because of the technology, the product differentiation is getting narrowed every single day. I mean, typically all the 4 Ps or the 7 Ps in any marketing is challenging to create a differentiating story. Then how do we survive today? Big question. How do we build business? And fundamentally, that is where the answer lies, that we got to create a brand. We got to build a brand. We got to invest, build a brand of relevance. A brand which will be core to the heart of your audience. And you talk about that brand of love. And that's what we've been doing. And you know, today, the most simple yet the most powerful words in our mind, and that's what we're living in every day, is being a brand of relevance. Create a brand which will resonate to the last mile of our audience, right? And they'll resonate. They'll feel that the brand is talking the way they're talking. The brand is living the way they are living. I mean, you've been talking about all this great word like consumer merchants and all. Interestingly, another extremely powerful word or the buzzword is consumer culture. You talked about consumer culture. But then consumer culture theory is one of a beautiful theory in marketing. And that's what leading us to do what we've been doing. When you talk about that and how we compete with the national brand, and today, in fact, I mean, a simple data, anybody can understand optically that all the regional channel in our category, all the regional channel is outgrowing by any indices as compared to their national counterpart. All the national channels are struggling today. And you know, the reason being, one way we try to differentiate ourselves is understand the consumer and their culture, the way they are living. And in anything and everything that we do, we keep our consumer at the center of doing what we are doing. Any effort, whether we doing any kind of a small, little, big research, fundamental understanding effort is to understand that how do they consume content, what they consume, why they consume. Is it really a compelling story for them? Are they really going to talk about us to their 5 of their people? In fact, there is something called NPS, Net Promoter Score. That's what we try to understand, whether we've been net positive in our virality or not. And that can only happen if you're really instigating consumer mind enough. And that's what we've been doing.
Very nicely put the culture portion of most of the brands. I think the word digital, we look at digital in a very macro way or a pan-India. We say that okay, let's do this. It's a single hashtag that drives a campaign in digital. But what brands actually the brands that initiatives that stand out have always been focused towards creating a community. I think that is the effort of a marketer to build community. How fast can you make your brand a consumer's brand rather than having control over your brand? I think if I can become that one religious symbol which anyone can write. There are 73 ways a home can be written, and I was reading an article where there are 73 different kinds of homes, that is written. That is, to me, that is the brand. There is nobody can own a cross. So I think culturally, when you are, and specifically for food or for content, I personally feel that when you're making a content, there is a centrifugal idea which is there, there's a common idea that is there. However, more and more you identify which community you want to feed into and build. I think the faster you decide, the faster the scaling up is.
Just one small point I just want to add up here. See, even if a global brand, I mean, think about McDonald's, what they're doing. I mean, they're coming up with something like Macaroni Tikka. I mean, have you ever thought that why are they doing that? Is it only just create a product? In my mind, the answer is no. Answer is partly true. Why they're doing macaroni and stuff like that, they want to really give a strong message to all of us, being a consumer, that they are trying to be someone among us. You know, the brand as a person, and that person need to be just like us. Yeah? And in a way, the hidden agenda of any brand is that act as a brand message, which will eventually impact their larger brand. I mean, you go to any macro, you'll see that their bread and butter product is selling more than this small little innovation that they're doing. So that's the beauty of brand.
No, I totally agree. In fact, you wanted to say something more. No, please.
No, I just wanted to extend what both of them were saying. And to me, a brand is truly made when consumers trust implicitly. That is what I want to achieve as a marketer. Many years back, we launched a store, and after a few months, I called the store manager and asked him how consumers reacting to a pricing. So, boss, you don't need to worry about pricing anymore. They don't even look at the price labels. They trust us. And ultimately, as a brand, that's where I aspire. Whether I put up a price sticker, whether I put any communication, etc., that's it. And I think there are various routes to it. For the interest of time, won't go there. But you know my views on this. To build great brands which consumers trust, the grind is always slow, and the route to my mind is always a route of advocacy and organic building. I think one of the disservices, as we've done to ourselves, other than digital, is what quantitative easing has done, which is give easy money. And easy money has led to a lot of flashbang spending.
I love that conversation.
A room full of advertisers. I'm pointing at your wallets here. But I think that's possibly the first route to take to build sustainable brands which consumers trust. I won't name a company, but in IPL, it spent 11 crore rupees in 6 weeks to take the daily orders from 7,000 to 17,000. Okay, IPL got over, it's down to 8,000. That's the kind of shit which will happen when you do this with a brand. So I'll leave it at that. But I think ultimately it's beyond community, the next step is build trust. And then you're part of the community.
I totally agree, and I think this is absolutely brilliant. And therefore, coming back to where we started this conversation with, that startups today are being fed with idle money. In fact, I must share this with the audience, very personal view. Even I own a brand. It's a small, tiny advertising agency, but the principle on which I own the brand and run the brand financially is, if I earn 100 rupees, I spend 60 to 65 bucks in running the costs of the organization. Around 20 to 25 would go in savings, and the rest I can spend on myself. Now, this is a fabulous financial doctrine that we follow, traditional brands. I call myself traditional in my thinking. These future brands are eating into their future share capital, future fund, blowing it up right now. So obviously they'll go bust. I'm sorry, this is my subjection. I stand corrected, but I want some fireworks here. So with that context, I'll move to Shomra. I come from the same point of view, Shomra, that Bharat stands for many things. How do you think a unified brand purpose can be communicated digitally to address regional preferences? Because you also handle Zivanga. Regional preferences and cultural sensitivities in different regions of Bharat without any distortion. What would be that strategy? And more importantly, again, two questions, because I don't have time, I'm putting questions together. More importantly, how do you align with your traditional counterpart?
So good afternoon, everyone.
So breaking it into two separate answers as in first and second. So when it comes to communicating a brand to this different segments of audience or the different cultural sets that we have within India, the multiple kind of audience who speaks differently, who thinks differently, the cultures are different. But at the core of it, as in for any brand, and if it is primarily a purpose-driven brand, so the purpose never changes. So be it global giants like say Coke or Cadbury. So talking about it as in Cadbury, their purpose is to spread generosity. And that's what they're doing. And if you see as in what they're communicating across India, it can be they may be doing it in Bengali or in Hindi or in English at times, or they're associating with different cultural contexts. It can be sports, it can be say festivals. Everywhere, what their core message that they're spreading is about sharing, right? It's about giving, which again, as in tracks back to that the whole purpose of being generous to people. And if you see as in more towards your second part of your question, that how digital is kind of getting aligned to the traditional counterpart. So to my mind, digital is not alienated from the overall media mix. You know, it's part of a media mix where when we talk about as in say a TV, a radio, print, so we and for a longer time as we have kept it as saying that this is our mainline media and digital is another media. So to my mind, digital was never another media. So whenever we advertise, whenever we kind of and the whole purpose of running an ad is to kind of reach out to our customers, consumers, audience that we want to reach out to. And I think is how we choose a platform is based on whether we have the right set of audience in a certain medium. And that's the only factor that one need to consider on choosing medium. So it's not about as in kind of how to align with the traditional counterpart. So there is no traditional or say new age. Of course, data technology, these will evolve, and this is evolving in every kind of medium. So it's not restricted only to this, as in even for TV, as in the way one can plan today has never happened earlier. The amount of data today that can get collected even out of a television show or say an ad getting distributed is a lot of data. So there is no divide in my mind, and more importantly, in terms of choosing a medium is completely basis if as a brand, as a marketer, if you feel that my audience is using a certain medium, we need to kind of use it. And even within digital, there are multiple platforms and which can define themselves as medium in itself. So it can be a short format content, it can be a long format content, it can be textual, it can be visual in nature. But then it is all about as in spreading that one brand message, that the core message that is there, that needs to be told in a manner how your audience can understand. So to my mind, it's not that complicated. It's all about having the right mindset while working on something, and as well as while we are working on the media side of things, we also need to look at as the messaging side of things, as in the craft of it, the content of it. That needs to get aligned to that philosophy of the brand, the purpose of the brand.
So when digital arrived to India, it came like a bazooka attack. They came to tell us that the end of the world is here. So yeah, we'll wrap. The end of the world is here. No other media works. We are the new kid on the block. And for them, I think they started a new context of performance and ROI. But of late, I see a whole full circle happening, and digital agencies talking about chasing and championing ideas. And I find that very funny.
So, and we have done this conversation multiple times, and as I never championed that thought. So for me, it was always building the top of funnel. So if you can spread that message to across your audience, it will of course, it is going to help you convert faster. You can align as in whom you have reached earlier, and they can become your easier conversion later on. But it was never for me, and I've been as in the audience, with clients sitting, that has always been my thought that digital is not only about performance. Yes, of course, it has given another kind of a push, for brands, and also if you see as a digital has also democratized the marketing landscape. So it is not only limited to the levers of the world who can spend in advertising. So there are smaller brands, local brands, how they would have reached out to their consumers without digital. They wouldn't have been able to take, say, run a print ad or even go out to television. But then digital has given them the kind of runway towards a certain set of audience with a smaller amount of money. And through that, they have been able to kind of prove themselves as in more of as in they've understood, okay, this business is going to work. I've been able to reach out to these 1,000 people, out of which 10 people have kind of shown interest or have been able to convert. So that is, I will say, digital has kind of given that kind of a room for younger, smaller brands, which earlier was not there.
In fact, I'll just add something to most of the brand owners. Digital is not about, for marketers, digital might be, they might say ROAS and all that ROAS and all that jargons floating around. But I personally feel for a brand creator, it has always been about the narrative. If you don't have your narrative strong, you will be you run a 90-second TVC or a 3-second reel. It will not work. I'm constantly talking about in most of these spaces. Please don't loosely use the word performance marketing until and unless you don't have a solid team to read the data and understand the data. Performance marketing will lead you nowhere. You will be overloaded with lot of what you call, I keep saying that you will have it will be like a bull in the China shop. You'll have a lot of energy, but you would have devastated the entire market. So to me, performance marketing is very tiny, minuscule, sub-segment of digital marketing or digital media or landscape. Because that also, I think, until unless you have a solid data team or a solid data dashboard, performance marketing will not help. Like for me, I don't even own the funnel. People, I keep getting this question about, my CAC, my LTVs, and what is performance marketing to me. I run an ad with Swiggy and Zomato deep links. I don't even know whether that ad actually got converted into an order because of data masking. So to me, I'm not even, but for me, what digital has done, and for a lot of brands, is opened up the barrier of 30 seconds, which I will, but I will give it to digital, because it was the first time when the Tata Sky ad of jailbreak happened for a 4-minute ad. I don't know how many of us were growing up that time in advertising. That was the first time we saw what is a long format ad, and that was on YouTube, right? That jailbreak Tata Sky ad was the first ever long format ad Indians had ever attempted. So to me, digital has actually liberated the entire boundary of 30 seconds.
I agree. I agree.
If I may just say 30 seconds, a little lighter note. In my mind, the entire digital marketing piece is very simple, it's well defined. You got to understand the fact that any startup, small, big, or anybody who is using digital as a medium, like any other media channel, media communication channel, you are dealing with monster. The monster like Google, the monster like Facebook, and they're in business. Simple. They're in business. Mind it, nothing is free. Therefore, they understand two things: hard currency or content currency. Either you give hard currency, hardcore money, pump in, do some kind of a boosting, or you create great content, which is the soft currency for them. Invariably, that soft currency will build further business on all this. This is a fundamental fact, and we got to understand this.
Yeah, so Mohit has a meeting he has to run. We also are done. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a quick question, but before we move to the audience, we'll take about a couple of questions you have. I have one last query to individually all of you. Do you think that startups are failing because of their lack of vision? They're more technology driven and more data driven and more revenue driven, and they don't have a larger purpose. I'll take a quick answer from all of you. Yes, no, whatever. No, I know. It's a loaded question, so I wish I had more time.
I've been pretty close to this in the last weeks. I speak a lot to venture capital, all kinds of investors. And to me, one possible reason why there have been a lot of failures is that technology is seeking a problem to solve and not the other way around. It's as simple as that. Okay, again, a victim of all the free money, whoever you want to blame, but really comes down to that. And I'm just amazed in some conversations where people, again related to the stuff they're not even clear about the problem they're solving, why they're solving it. They're just damn good at tech and they have shitloads of money. Those are the only two things. And then they will try and solve something. And they call it pivoting by.
I have a problem. Why does always startup and tech come together? We are a startup, we are nowhere close to tech. Like
you were a startup.
We are a startup. We are absolutely. Please give me.
Starting up.
So, but I completely second what Mohit sir just mentioned. And I also feel there's one more major reason why startups fail. There is definitely, they don't start from why, they start from what and all that. We've been hearing a lot. But I personally feel that startups fail because people are today encouraged not to start with a consumer market fit or a revenue model understanding. Because there are stalwarts who failed multiple times but still are funded, like Steve Jobs, went on and told us, saying that consumer doesn't know what he wants. But that's not always true. We were always told that, if like the famous quote from Ford, saying that if I had gone to a consumer and asked what does he want, he would have asked for a faster running horses. So all these management anecdotes have spoiled the culture. I personally feel startups who still believe in consumer market fit, startups who still believe in having a strong revenue model, don't fail.
Just a one-liner. In my mind, with what Mohit was saying, the startup got to understand that what kind of business they are in. That's a fundamental question. And the answer definitely cannot be that, we have some great technology and that. Fundamentally, they got to understand, define well, and what kind of business that they are in.
Completely agree with
Totally agree. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we had very insightful conversation on why startups fail or succeed. We don't have time to take questions. One maybe. Does anybody have any questions? You have, please, quickly. I think the organizer is going to throw out.
How do you differentiate your purpose from a different brand? That's it.
My God. That's a planning model. We'll discuss it offline.
Okay. And
We lived our lives doing this. 30 years in one line is difficult.
how to ensure your purpose is not very generic or broad-based or something. That's it.
Once more.
Your purpose is not very generic or broad-based, like if you go to EY, Ernst and Young, their purpose is very broad-based and generic, it doesn't resonate with anybody, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, yeah, I take your point. I take your point, but I have nothing to say. So that's your point of view. I take that. I concede. Anything else? I guess before we are thrown out, we will leave.
Kanchan, if I can just, Kanchan, if I can just sort of respond to, one line, we do not have much time. We can have an elaborate discussion, But the fundamental answer to your question, that how do you define our purpose, which will be different, which will not be like 36,000 in view, is you've got to understand that emotionally. I mean, Kanchan was talking about that people react or act emotionally. And that's what you want. You cannot create a product differentiation. You got to live with that challenges because of the technological obsolescence. It's very high. And therefore, the differentiation can only come from the emotional act. Therefore, you got to understand that why consumer, or you define any of consumer, would really recommend your product, your brand. That you got to understand. For example, in Z, we define our brand purpose as Nodun Chandleri. So that means we are emotionally trying to impact the life of consumer, to be able to think progressively, to be able to think doing better in their life. And then you have to be with that in every act that we do.
Can I please request the panel for a photo? And thank you so much for carving out time for us and sharing your insights. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. So the next topic for our panel discussion is the power of in-image and contextual advertising. And this particular session is powered by Hybrid, where I please request my team to kindly play the AV. I would request all of you to please give your attention towards our AV screen.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid DSP, set of programmatic tools for any advertising objectives. Vox, AI vision platform, spearheading innovative and visual advertising formats. Hi, in-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered, human-guided, get a personalized quotation.
And this session chair is held by Mr. Gangher Sachdeva, Country Head India Hybrid. Can we please give him a huge round of applause? Come on, everybody. Put your hands together for him. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank AdGully for this opportunity and the CMO Charcha Kolkata chapter to begin. To start with, we are Hybrid. We've been hearing about Hybrid. We are the gold sponsors. So just a small introduction about what Hybrid is all about. So Hybrid, we are a full stack programmatic company, and we have a lot of products with us. When we talk about, we've got our DSP, the demand side platform. In image advertising, we have our own product, Vox, and we also do mobile app developer campaigns as well to Hybrid. We have 11 offices all over the world. In India, we are present in Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and Bangalore as well. We are expanding ourselves and moving on to Hyderabad and other regions as well very soon. So coming on to our topic,
wherein we talk about the power of image and contextual advertising. We've been hearing about a lot of things today that we do programmatic advertising, which is our standard banners and everything. So this is something that we talk about in image advertising. What is in-image advertising? In-image advertising is a technology that recognizes and classifies the content by recognizing the object. So we are not going ahead and doing any campaigns or any advertising that I would say on the standard Google ad banners. What we do is that we have our codes implemented within the publisher's sites, and we go ahead and do the advertising on the image of the editorial article. And our product, which we call it as Vox, goes ahead and recognizes it, analyzes the information received, and it natively places the content inside the UGC content. What is computer vision? So our tool Vox, when we talk about, it analyzes graphics, texts, and videos, distinguishing 10,000 types of objects. So what we do is that we not only do a contextual keyword targeting, but when we go ahead and do a campaign, we go our tool and we play our tool, it goes ahead and reads the complete article. It looks at the emotions of the image and then chooses the right article along with the right image and throws the ad over there. These are some individual ads. If you see, like on Volvo, we've been doing, this is an editorial image and we've done a campaign on that. Okay, coming on to Semantica. So we've spoken about in-image advertising. Now contextual advertising as well is playing a very important role today. So we've mixed our in-image with our contextual. As I mentioned earlier, with the keyword targeting, we have our tool, which is Semantica 360 that we call, and it is the most advanced form of contextual targeting today. It analyzes, utilizes machine learning to understand the meaning of each page containing suitable content. So we work in a very brand safe environment. What our tool would do, as I mentioned earlier, would read the article and read the image, the emotions. Say, for example, it is a baby product that we are advertising. So our campaign, the ad will go onto the content which is there about the baby. Along with that, it will ensure that the image and the emotions of the image are relevant to the right campaign, and we go ahead and do those vertical advertising for you. These are some ad formats that we have: a stripe plus video, scroller, inline. We actually flip the editorial image as well, and we throw the ad. Some mobile formats. As we know that today mobile is a very important platform for everyone, and 80% of the audience lies on the mobile and 20% lies on the desktop. Brand safety, I've already spoken about. We ensure that we work in the brand safe environment and all the negative keywords are taken out, and then we go ahead and do the advertising. These are some case studies that we've done. We've done it for Cetaphil, wherein the objective was awareness and engagement among target audience, which is between 18 to 42 female, for two products, Cetaphil and Cetaphil Baby. So we used our mechanics, our AI tool worked, and then we got the results. The computer attention stayed at the creative more than half a minute, which proves high engagement and viewability in the campaign. We've done it for Rexona Men. This was done in Indonesia, and there was a brand awareness and reach maximization. We wanted to boost engagement. Gyprock is another case study with Saint Gobain that we've done. So our objective, it was to reach out to the audience related to interior design, home decor, and home furnishing. So we pulled out and we saw that we gathered an audience of the thematic platforms that we had, and the use of whitelist and contextual targeting helped us to find interested users. We had a bounce rate of 30% with an average time spent of 1 minute, 10 seconds. So now talking about, to have a further discussion on our topic, which is the power of in-image and contextual advertising, I would like to invite our panelists, which is Dhuipan Chakravarti, Senior Digital Director, Mindshare; Mrinal Lunia, Founder and CEO, Digital; Ricky Chakravarti, Senior Manager, Digital Marketing, Rupa; Samrat Mukherjee, Vice President, Madison Digital.
अभी रहना तो नो सर निकल जाए हाँ निकल
Thank you so much, all of you, to be here. And yes, our topic that we're talking about, the power of in-image and contextual advertising. So I would like to start with you, Samrat, to understand how contextual advertising today is playing a different role in the market and how we can adapt that in with a lot of clients and go ahead and do some advertising on that.
Okay, so I will take it from the basic of contextual. So first, if you try to understand what we mean by saying contextual, so to my mind, as in we all say the cliche that content is king, right? And to my mind, context is the kingdom. So unless you have the kingdom, there won't be any king. So content only makes sense when it is put into context, and only then it becomes a meaningful communication. And for that, when we advertise, when we plan to put our communication content on top of certain things which is in context to the advertisement, then it creates a much better impact. So in that context, I will definitely say that running contextual ad, and more so when it is in-image contextual ad, creates a far better impact on the consumer's mind. So I'm leaving it over here, and we can definitely come back and discuss further on this.
Sure, we will. So Dwipal, my question to you is that we've been discussing a lot and you've been working with us also on our in-image advertising. So what is your feeler on the in-image advertising, which is coming right now in the market, wherein other than programmatic advertising, what we do this in-image. How is this different, and how can it capture the market and go ahead with a lot of innovations that we talk about?
See, Gandharv, it's a one-leg advancement on normal contextual advertisement, because in contextual advertisement, you are dependent on certain keywords and your normal geo-target segments and audience cohorts. But it is actually one step more forward. So if let's say there is a brand who is actually selling, let's say, an insurance. Now an insurance is a very it's not a very positive buy in a sense, because the positioning of insurance is more about fear. So we are mitigating risk. Now, in a contextual kind of a scenario, you will use and start to use negative keywords, a lot of negative wise keywords that you're talking about. Like if there is any kind of an issue, you are actually buying this insurance to cover yourself up. Here, how an image can actually work. Let's say you have to put a positive connotation to, let's say, an insurance product. And this is also a challenge that comes to us from most of our brands. I don't want to take their name, but there are certain products which actually tries to actually shift the needle of perception towards more positivity by also taking care of the mid funnel and the lower funnel. There actually image will come into play because we can actually not only place the contextual keywords, but also put a filter that whether this article, which generally happens, it also carries an image with it. Because the whole system actually reads through the image and figure out what the image is all about, we can actually add this layer whether the whole overall feel of the article is positive enough or a positive enough environment for the brand to be associated. So it actually ticks both of the KPIs, a positive environment, a positive spin to the whole element. By also taking care of the mid funnel and the lower funnel, we can actually drive more conversions or maybe more retargeting, maybe add towards the whole cookie collection, or cookies actually slowly fading out, but 1P data collection also. So all of this get ticks, but in a very positive connotation if it answers.
So Mrinal, my question to you is that the discussion that we were having outside and we were discussing about our product a long time back. So as you've been pitching it to a few of your clients, what is the feeler that you see has been coming in the market about hybrid, about Vox as an in-image? And yes, as we know that Vox is a cookieless product. So how can it help the market and your clients?
Thanks for the question, Gandhar. So I'll take one step back first. So currently, I feel like digital marketing is also at a crossroads of sorts, because as we talk about how there's like the number of MAUs, DAUs, people onboarding on digital is increasing drastically. It also talks about how we are vying for the same amount of attention. So we need to stand out. Hence, solutions like what you're referring to is obviously very relevant in the market today, because it brings two things, if I were to talk about it: automation and interactivity. So the technology that you all bring forward, which allows you to scan through articles and images at the same time, and objects embedded in images, I think that's obviously a step in the right direction. So I think definitely advertising needs to also pick up, and I feel like there's a solution that is there to stay for the future. So yes.
So Samrat, my question to you is that we've been talking about the cookieless world for the last 2 years, and still we feel we really don't know that what's going to happen. But yes, Vox as a product today comes in with this feature of cookieless, wherein we are not doing this, we are in the cookieless world. So how do we feel the shift? Will the shift happen now, or it will still take time for our brands to understand and work around?
So I will divide the say advertisers in two sets over here. So one who has the money, as in the brands, the marketeers who are setting themselves up for keeping their pace in a cookieless world, where they know as in how to collect their data to themselves, as in the first party data, second party data, and all that. But then there will always be a large set of the marketeers who will not be able to manage this data pool to themselves. And for them, I think contextual and further in-image contextual is going to give them a kind of a space to kind of reach out to the right set of people. Because even without the cookies to give them the direction, but their behaviors of consuming the content will let them see the communications, the ads, and that's where, as in this contextual ad, in-image contextual ads, and all this are going to come to help to this.
So we have a brand manager with us, Ricky. So Ricky, we would like to take your viewpoint on the cookieless world which is coming in, that in-image advertising. How can in-image advertising help your brand to scale up the efforts?
Good afternoon, everyone. See, the contextual ad, this question was moving around. It's really important for the brand how closely your ad is relevant to the queries that user is searching for. Most of the people was talking about what is the brand all about and everything, that building the trust among your consumers, loyalty, etc. Yeah, so to answer your questions that in-image ads, so let me tell you the one psychologies. Compared to the other text communications, compared to text between that image. The human brains and psychology attracts almost 60,000 more quicker than the context. So visual. So it's a very common phrase that image is telling a word about the worth of contents, right? 1,000 words of contents. So through the image, if you can communicate with the audience, which is through their relevant search query, what are the content they are consuming. That's an example. If a lubricant manufacturers, if they're trying to communicate their products to their audience, and the audience is maybe visualize or looking for some best mileage car in India, they're looking for that. And on that time, they present on the image on a maybe a type of cars they are focusing on, then the registration will power more compared to your text. The reason behind that human brain says that in terms of the image and text, that image encodes twice compared to text. So that's the reason that more likely image registered that communications compared to text to visuals. And through the image and that the cookie lizard you're talking about, yes, definitely this is going to help to our brands as well. Because unlike other brands and verticals like us, that men's innerwear is slightly different from the other markets. Because it's more into the necessity items that I already explained you. It's more into necessity items among men's, unlike women's also. So we use our innerwears in terms of the hygiene, in terms of the comfort, etc. It's not like that it's fashionable item. I'm looking for that product, I can buy it. It's more into necessity and yeah. So that's the reason we're focusing more to connect with the consumer in a more relevant way. Should we like force-fitted in a relevant way, in a subtle way? We're using a lot of influencers on this purpose. We're using a lot of content for these things. That's what we're trying to build, connect loyalty among our consumers.
Thank you so much. So Deepan, my question to you is that as you know that AI is the next thing, we all talk about artificial intelligence, machine learning tools, and yes, hybrid as an organization today is there with the AI artificial intelligence, which is our tool of box that we have. So what is your feeler about it, that how AI and machine learning tools can go ahead and change the advertising platforms and work more better in a fashion what they're doing today. Wherein today we do a lot of standard ad units. And when we as an ad tech company, we go to a client, the question that has been asked that what's new, what's innovative that we have. So yes, we go ahead with that innovation, but then the question comes that what is the tool doing at the back end? So there's a lot of technology tech that goes into place to explain. So you be the face of the client from our side, you go to a client and describe. So what are the questions that you face and how is it that how it helps you to answer?
See, I will divide the problem statement into two parts. The first part is the client part of it. Like most of the clients, when they start to think about digital is a very personalized space. Any kind of advertisement, if it is not properly contextual to the likeness of the client, I mean, to the taste of the client, it becomes obtrusive. Because 95% of the consumption happens from a device which you own, which is mobile device. So if the communication is not talking properly to the proper audience, it will fail. So from that perspective, this contextual way of targeting ads is the way forward, because that is what works, simply put, for the lower funnel, for the mid funnel and the lower funnel. Top of the funnel is more of like AV, like audio visual, and all the secondary funnels which are below that is more of contextual playing and retargeting and looping back. Now coming to the point of artificial intelligence is this contextual thing actually works better the way you churn and collate data. If you have better understanding of your audience, if you know what the audience wants and where the audience is actually consuming the information and how are they consuming, your ads will work much better. And how are we actually judging that? The way of CTRs, the click-through rates, the viewability, the viewable impression, because not all impressions are viewable, simply put. So these metrics actually shows us whether the ad is actually working or not. And as in artificial intelligence gets involved, the data churning process, that multiple signals. So let's say we have billions of data structure, like data structures of data points, which is like thrown across digital universe.
Now, it is required for a loop or a feedback engine to actually continuously churn this and make this information usable. Because for a human mind, you cannot sit with an Excel table with let's say 65,000 columns and figure out, do a pivot and figure out which are those time periods and which are those audiences that you actually have to hit with a specific ad. And now let's come back that there can be multiple ad sets. Image 1 may work for let's say 25 to 34 with an interest in watch. And image 2 might work with 18 to 34 with an interest to watch. How will you know that if you are not implicating or implementing an artificial intelligence system? Because for a human being, it's not possible. As simply put, it's calculation, it's a repetitive calculation, it's a repetitive data structure analysis, but you need a machine to actually keep on doing that. Their artificial intelligence actually comes into picture. That is how I explain it to the client. Now, coming from back to the ad server point of view, a very base level example, which one of our peers, a few discussion or a few moments ago, like hours ago, actually, she was taking this example of PMAX. I don't know whether our colleagues remember. PMAX is an example of Google where you actually put all the ads together and you leave it onto Google to figure out whether the conversion is happening or not. And after the campaign is over, you get to know which ad sets has worked for which cohorts. It's very similar to Vox. Vox actually takes it a little bit further by utilizing much more rich media ads, in image, much more contextual legs to it. So it actually increases because PMAX does not include interest segments. You're limited to in-market audience segments, which is available in Google Universe. But in Vox, if I have Lotami or DB360 or let's say any other DSPs of access, I can pass those interest segments to you. I can also encrypt my P1 data and pass it on to you and create a lookalike of that. So it actually gives us a lot of advantages. And I'll go back a little bit to the cookieless world also. I think in the cookieless world, the advertisers, or the new entrant like boutique advertisers will not face that much amount of problem, because right now, if you see, slowly the shift is happening towards unified sign-ins via Google, via Facebook. And as long as advertisers, like clients, keep on accepting that, the P1 data is going to get shared, because that is what's going to happen. Because ultimately, you are also utilizing a leg of DSP of DB360, right? On that basis, your DSP is built. So you are going to get more access to data, if it answers the query.
Right. So Ricky, over to you. We've been talking about P1 data, P2 data. What is your take on that? How it will help your brand to scale?
Data, there's a lot of data is floating in this market, right? So a lot of data segmentations is there. Even the brand like us also, a lot of data we're getting from different mediums. The importance of data is how we are going to use that data. When I'm saying how we're going to use that data is definitely going to depends on the objectives of the campaign. What is our objectives of the brand? Maybe for that campaign purpose, how we are going to utilize that purpose, and what is the communication we're seeing with that data. Let's say for an example, so the TG called 18 to 44 is a very broad TG card, since it is now no longer with that marketing purpose. Instead of that, what AI actually given us, that's a good things, is like that's given us a psychographic data of the audience. So I'm saying psychographic data. So the brand like us, maybe initially, as I told you, right? So there are a lot of constraint between what are the products actually men are using and all in terms of the print, styles, etc. But now men are more focusing, more open to explore new prints, new styles, new colors. Instead of filtering the data in terms of the demographic, we can filter that as a psychographic informations. Like an age of man is a 40 years age man also can willing to explore in terms of the new prints, right? So based on that data, if you can sync my communications and promotions to that TGs, that is definitely going to help us. So that's how we are going.
Perfect. Thank you. And Mrinal, what do you feel about the AI technology coming into the market? And you've been there with meetings with clients and everyone. So what is your take over it? How is the market evolving? What do you feel? How soon can we enter? How soon with Vox we can enter the market?
Thanks for that. So I'll just add to a few things that my panelists already mentioned. So today actually is a fairly momentous day. Like in every ecosystem slash industry, there's like turning points that happen. So today obviously is that day when we officially have to switch over from Google Analytics onto GA4. So that in itself is a very significant moment because that opens up avenues to a lot of cross-device tracking that's available, predictive analytics that's available to us, data mapping, which was earlier not very easily available. So plugging in the answer of AI over here. So this new evolution slash shift towards GA4 is going to rely very strongly on AI and ML, which basically means that data is going to get synthesized far easier for us to be able to deploy technologies such as contextual advertising, which we obviously get with Vox. So it's important to obviously change with the times. And now that this technology is at the doorstep, it's not really an option anymore. We need to pick it up. So yes, it's happening as we speak.
Thank you so much. So to sum up that we were discussing the power of in-image advertising, what I would say over here is that we've been doing a lot of programmatic and normal advertising. In-image is the next thing, and it would really help all the brands to go into the innovation world and to the innovative things as well. So there are a lot of innovative ad units that we've introduced and we've come up in the market, which are helping brands across India, across the globe. And yes, we would like to sum up and say that let's get together on the in-image advertising and work together. Thank you.
May I request our panel for a photo op, please? Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us this evening and sharing your valuable insights with us. Now it's time that we move towards the next panel discussion. And the topic is Fireside Chat Understanding Gen Z. And the session chair is being held by Mr. Sunil Pinto at Gully. And along with him, let me please invite on stage Mr. Murli Krishnan, co-founder and CMO, Wow Momo Foods, and Mr. Sachin Gangle, National Creative Director, Leo Burnett, India. Can we please give all of them a huge round of applause? Come on, everyone. A very good evening and a very warm welcome to all of you.
Hello. Hello. Yes, a very good afternoon, everybody. And after all the All right, a very good afternoon, everybody, and after all the various sessions talking about the various marketing challenges and the lots of interest in new age marketing, we're looking at understanding Generation Z. Well, Generation Z is a very, very important focus of most of the marketeers. And considering that they are the very first generation to be completely digitally native. And in that light, it's great to have a brand and an agency right here to chat more about how to understand Gen Z and make the best of advertising, communication, and marketing through to them. So great to have Murli representing Wow Momo Foods as a brand and Sachin as part of an agency that's Leo Burnett. Well, since let's keep the conversation open and flowing. Well, Gen Z has become a very important buzzword and a very important audience for all of us. So what really do you see the way going ahead in being able to capture the attention and build loyalty among this particular demographic?
So let me tell you, Gen Z is the most used word in advertising. Every morning when I go to office, at least 10 people will come to me and say, clients want Gen Z, they want to talk to Gen Z. Come on, guys, relax. They're the Gen Z, they're not zombies. Like, don't treat them like that. Relax. We can talk to them. We can see what is happening with the generation. Okay. And one of the thing what we decide, like generally what happens in advertising is relevant to that current generation. See, eventually Gen Z is your consumer. Even if you're selling them holiday package to families, Gen Z will be influencer. They will be sitting here, they will be sitting there and talking to their family. Even if you're selling expensive car, Gen Z will be there. They will have strong point of view. So eventually these guys are going to be a consumer. And advertising has always been relevant to the generation, right? And what we did, in the agency, when we, like 6 years back, when we thought, let's not behave like a traditional agency. Let's cater to this particular generation. And can we change advertising? Can we go beyond this typical traditional way of approaching advertising, getting into TVC or outdoor? Can we go for maybe more innovative way? Can we go for more act? Can we bring more context, more content for the Gen Z? So this is where we are working on. I can get into details where, when we launch Bajaj V, when INS Vikrams were getting scrapped and we launched Bajaj V and we said, okay, a brand which is actually, doing something what government should be doing. And that was the context, that was the right connect with the generation. And we just keep doing that in our work every time. And I think someone has said, the content is context King Kong, right? So that's we follow. Every time we figure out, what are the things which can connect with Gen Zs, what are the things which can excite them. And so look at these guys, they are the most, I can say, versatile guys. Yeah, versatile. They are not self-centered. They are thinking about environment. They are talking about big things. They themselves think they can, bring the change. They have belief system in that. So I'm thinking, imagine getting a generation like this, and plus now AI with them. I think the future will be great. So I'm quite happy with this, and I don't know what is your take, but I love Gen Zs.
Actually, there's one major difference that has happened is the rules for aspiration has been broken. So previously, what we used to say that it's an aspirational brand is no more an aspirational brand for Gen Zs. And it's not because it is ceased to create that premiumness. It is to Gen Z, nothing is aspirational, everything is achievable. So Gen Zs come from a strong point of view where they say that, okay, you might be a superstar, but to me, I can also become a superstar. Hence, today there are TikTok stars, there are Instagram stars, there are YouTube stars, there are the world is rolling over Carrie Minati, right? So I personally feel that the barrier of aspirations has been broken. That is number one. Number two, with Gen Z, is what has happened is the problem-based brands, which is brands trying to solve a problem. They have come majorly into limelight because they are the Gen Z is not don't buy you, they buy into you. So therefore, today the entire conversations of purpose, conversation of what you're standing for, which community you're catering to, how you're building that sense of relatability and trying to go on ground is becoming more and more relevant. And when I say more and more relevant, today brands are broken into two parts. One is what are the say brand, what are the do brand. It's what you say and what you do. If there is even an iota of mismatch between what you say and what you do, you are no more respected as a brand. So therefore, the reason to exist, the raison d'etre for a brand needs to be rock solid. Third thing which I have been constantly getting a pulse of from Gen Z is they are the set of brand who come in, who are possibly constantly keeping the brands on feet today. If you don't cater to Gen Z, you are the most mediocre complacent brand, which I feel.
Because Gen Zs are the people who are constantly keeping you on the feet because what works with them is sense of credit. Are you trusted? Did you do the right thing? How much time did you take to respond to my problem on Instagram, which I posted? How much time, if I posted a problem on Instagram at 2 p.m. that the chow, possibly the noodles which were served to me was stale. If you are a brand which wakes up in the morning at 11 o'clock, once you enter office, then you respond to them, you are no more a brand to them. So I have my social team which constantly cusses me, right? Because I wake up in the morning at 8 o'clock, first thing I do is how many responses have gone, right? Because Gen Z are the people who are pushing you to become more customer centric. They are pushing you to become more, more relevant in their life. And therefore, like I keep telling people, in my previous session also, I kept telling that there will be a time where the brand owners will basically be brand ideators, but brand executors will be these Gen Z consumers.
All right, that was really interesting. But how about, well, the challenge today is to communicate right to the Gen Z. And we're coming across more and more new channels because the traditional channels seem to be hitting a brick wall. So what really do you see the developments and progress for marketeers in the area of storytelling, memorable experiences? How do you see marketeers meeting up to those challenges?
So one thing which Murli mentioned, they are not waiting for any celebrity to tell them, which soap, which toothpaste they want to use. Okay, they are just looking for relevance. Is it going to make some sense in my life? Is it going to make some change in my life? If brand is saying that they are with the brand, no, they are not going to blindly follow the celebrity. They will go to YouTube. They will search. Even if they want to buy any product, they will go on YouTube. They will search what are the other people are saying, what the brand is saying. Okay, is there a purpose-led brand, or is it just like a hollow promise? No, so they are very woke that way, and there are a lot of examples. When we do even whenever we have to use celebrity, we have changed the format a bit. Okay, it's no more celebrity dancing around a tree and selling product. Okay, so we have done one campaign with Dhoni, Oreo Bring Back 2011. I don't know if you guys have seen it. So basically, Oreo wanted to connect with the people, and we said, okay, Oreo got launched in 2011, and India won the World Cup in 2011. Why can't we relaunch the Oreo so India can win again? Okay, and that was the crazy idea. And we took Dhoni and we said, Dhoni, you should say it to people. Then when we got Virat, when Virat was becoming father, we spoke to entire India and said, talk to Virat and tell him how to be a father. What can be, how to be like an ideal father. When we took Kapil Dev, we created for Airtel 170. So we created Kapil's inning, which was played against Zimbabwe, 175, if you guys remember. That was not never recorded. So when we are launching Airtel 5G, we took that inning, we spoke to Kapil Paji, and we recreated that inning. So that's how the conversation is happening around celebrities. It's no more, but just because I'm telling you, you should have to buy it.
I think it's the end of superstars, the era of superstars. Most of the stars have gone on camera and said that, I think with Shah Rukh, Amir and Salman, the superstar era has ended. There won't be any superstar. That is what is happening. And also what is the result of that is consumer, a Gen Z consumer is constantly flirting. I keep calling this consumer flirting happens on all categories. Therefore, for a brand to wake up every day in the morning and say that, boss, I am relevant today to you. And there's this famous quote of David Ogilvy where he says that, consumer is your wife. I personally feel that consumer is your girlfriend today. Every day in the morning, you wake up and delight that person.
Convince every day.
I think that's what has happened, which is also good because I know for a brand to be staying constantly agile and progressive is where we, that's the entire journey of a brand. That's the life cycle of the brand on its course. But beyond all this, there is one thing which is which we feel is strongly shaping up is this entire trial culture. And for a food brand which thrives on innovation, 5 years back, I remember
yeah, 5 years back, I just started off with Wow, and we had created a Ilish Momo festival, which had created a severe backlash. Today they are doing Ilish Caviar, and people are getting away with it. And I had at 5 years back, I had to do severe campaign and damage rescue. Go on press, talk, say apology to the city of joy, which is always boomed great innovations, and I felt very bad about it. But today, Gen Z consumers are okay with an Ilish Caviar. They are okay with a Gondaraj biryani. With biryani is a sacred dish for a Bengali, and it's okay to go create a Gondaraj biryani and kill the sacred cow. So that is happening because Gen Z consumer has given us that confidence, which is what we are loving the most. We tried to milk that sentiment so much. We were the first people to get into multiverse, or they call it, or the entire the people called us. What were you thinking today? If you can go to a digital verse, experience Wow Momo, Wow China, Wow Chicken, trade Wow Momo, Wow China, Wow Chicken through NFT tokens, come back, use those coupon codes, redeem it at our outlet. Everything is possible. The moment we launch our own app, which is impending, we would be interconnecting that with an app delivery system also. So the consumers are giving us this constant confidence that we can nudge a little better. We can nudge a little, so this fuel for innovation, which is coming from these consumers, is I think not thanked enough, and I think it should be recognized. And same with, I think, brand building. I think a lot of brands, I love how Fast Track has moved, stayed constantly relevant, spoken about, taken bits and pieces of their culture, always showed us on the screen, and that's why they were talking constantly about move on with Fast Track. Be it a girls' college affair with a boy going and sleeping over, or a lesbian relationship, they have touched it all, right? And I think a brand that picks nuggets from this Gen Z culture is here to stay on, because today they might have share of screen time, tomorrow they're going to have share of wallet also.
Just one last thing from the both of you. I'd like to have your perspective on any advice that you would like to give companies and marketers in general on how to capture and captivate the Gen Z and build loyalty among them.
So I think understanding is still happening with us. Okay, it's not like the process is not completed yet. But what we have done in our agency, we have hired last week we hired almost 30 Gen Zs. Okay, 30. Okay, the best way is to learn from them. Just surround yourself with Gen Zs. Okay, don't depend on research. Research might throw something which is maybe dated, or maybe it's not, like Gen Z must have moved on. Okay, so it's better to at least keep a space for Gen Z. So in our agency, almost 60% people are Gen Zs. So we are purposely created that agency, okay, that people who understand themselves, people who are going to create ideas, communication for the same generation, they can't fail. They will use the right method, they will use the right language, and they will create communication for them. So my advice to you guys will be just surround yourself with Gen Zs. Don't just depend on research.
There's a famous line, I love what he said, that, surround yourself with Gen Z. I go a little step further. There's a very famous line of Robert Kiyosaki. He says that if you want a hard task to be completed in short time, give it to the laziest person, right? I personally feel that, if the moment I have let go, that there's always this fear, and micromanagers like me always have a fear of letting go. But the moment you let go and start with Gen Z, I think the Gen Z finds the fastest, easiest, and sharpest way out. So I think that's my only advice to all the brand heads, brand owners. A, surround yourself with Gen Zs. B, empower them.
Yeah, one thing, I think, one request which I will just table it right now, their multitasking skill, their conversation about work-life balance, they're talking about mental health, has been seen differently. Okay. People think they are lazy. People think they are running away from work. No, they are not doing that. And in fact, I will say at least finally we have a generation who is talking about all these things, right? I think we have to understand them. Keep having those conversations is important. They are very agile. They are adaptive. They will listen to you. They will tell their point of view. Okay, but you guys need to be open and do those changes or bring some agility towards the brand. So this conversation will be constant, like almost every day. What he was mentioning.
All right, that really was mind-blowing, a lot of knowledge. We're all going to be looking at lots more Gen Zs being part of our active workforce and trying to get the best out of them and learning from them. Thanks a lot, Sachin. Thank you, Murli, for your valuable inputs. And I trust all of us have taken back some learnings from that session. I mean, sure, we need to go. We still have a long way to go in understanding Gen Z, but hopefully we progress to understand them and to keep pace with them in terms of the marketing and communication that we all do. Thanks again, and thank you all.
Are there Gen Zs in the room? Can you raise the hand? Hello. Just pat your back. You are doing epic shit, guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insights with us. Can we please take a group picture? Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. So the next topic for the panel discussion is powering regional markets, the East Side story. And the session chair is being held by Mr. Devarshi Chakraborty, VP, Business Communication and Planning, Interactive Avenues. I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Anindya Bhomik, Associate Vice President, Anandabajar Potrika and Bengali Magazines, ABP. Along with him, let me please invite on stage Ms. Narinder Kaur, Head of Marketing Turtle, Ms. Promita Shah, Vice President Karukrit, and Ms. Ponami Roy, CMO, RSH Global Joy Personal Care. Can we please give all of them a huge round of applause? Come on, everyone. A very warm welcome to all of you.
Swiss score around, or shall we start the session? Let's. All right, so very interesting panel, I would say. The reason being that it's agnostic of any media, but it is a very important session in the sense that we are in Kolkata, and we are talking about powering regional markets. In the earlier sessions, we have heard a lot of panelists and experts talking about regionalization. You're talking about many Indias, and I think that makes this panel very important to understand some of the aspects of regional marketing, especially from an East Side story perspective. We know that, yes, there is a lot of perception issue in terms of the Eastern region, in terms of business growth and opportunity, etc. However, in the recent past, we have seen that there's a lot of emphasis
on industries which are the traditional industries of tea, leather, and today we are being touted, this region has been touted as a logistics hubs for the Northeast, right? There's a tremendous growth that we are seeing in terms of the consumer sentiment index. If I quote a recent research done by Access My India on consumer sentiment index, it has come across that Bengal is the top of the chart in terms of driving the overall consumer sentiment index by 7x compared to the rest of the country. The other good news about Eastern India is the entire emphasis on infrastructure, right, which might not have a direct connect to this forum of marketing, brand, and consumer, but there is a lot of talk about roads and ports and metro rail projects, etc. But it has a indirect impact in the consumer spending and consumer, trying to have a better quality of life, right? So with that kind of a background on the East Side story, let me throw open the, the panelists with a few. Oh, hi, they're in there. That there are certain challenges that still exist for this region. So let me start with you, Paul, being a marketer. That the consumers in Eastern India is fairly price sensitive, right? To an extent. So as a brand, a very prominent brand from this region, how you are tackling this with your quality products, maintaining price sensitivity, quality, and overall perception of a national brand.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So just a little bit of a background. When Joy Personal Care per se, actually, one of our P1 markets have been the North Indian markets, despite being based out of Kolkata. And it's only been the last couple of years when extensive focus has been given to this market. And that's why this focus on regional market and developing it is something very close to my heart.
Sure.
Price sensitivity is not only pertaining to this part of the country per se. I would rather say, if you look at the spending capacity and the mentality of people,
okay,
has been on a conservative side. That's what most research would have told to us, that Eastern side, when you talk of this side, there is a tendency of saving more and spending less. Flamboyancy on that part as a consumer behavior has been less. Having said that, you touched upon a very important part, and I think as a marketer, it has a great relevance. The infrastructure development that has been started around 5 years back, extensively across the country and more so in this part, has actually given more monetary power in the hands of middle class, upper middle class, lower middle class. And that always gives you the capacity as a consumer to spend more. The question is it a need-based or is it a aspirational-based purchase decision or product or whatever you're going for? As a matter of fact, it's a great time for a brand or a product like me, because as a Genesis, we believe that we make great products, good products at an affordable price point, and that is the reason why in the world of skincare we thrive.
Sure.
So marrying that concept, if you see, for us, this particular market has been a great play field. And it is only to our advantage in the last 5 years that we are seeing more and more demands coming up. And I wouldn't use this platform to talk about only personal care or the product that I try to sell. I would say that all these factors put together, whether more money in the hands of my consumer today, which has happened due to various factors, and one of them has been infrastructure, which has led to most people coming up from interiors to work as workers, getting more wages, better standards of living, have made the index so far very high. And that's the way we have been seeing the growth. The other part of it is the brand story, perhaps. What have you done in terms of your narrative to hit that?
Right.
The core essence of my brand, as we have said that, okay, we've seen this development of people having more to spend and we give affordable products at a good price point. We tried to understand the sentiment, and every marketer would have repeated this, that India is not one and we have different cultures, connotations and stuff like that. Only distinction that I would like to add on over here is couple of things get very cliched in our country. When you say East, one of the dominant culture is Bengali culture. Therefore, it is mostly spoken about and talked about. South, you go, it is Tamil Nadu that gets dominated. Hindi is altogether a cluster of people Hindi speaking. In the last 5 years, I think East needs to be now broken down as well.
Yeah.
That's important. Second most important thing is there is something called observation and there is something called insight. The difference is when you are in East, for example, if I'm talking of West Bengal, as an outsider brand, when you talk of, when you ask what a Bengali is, it's mostly relevant to an Alpa, Shada Shari, Shidu Khala, and, and Uludeva and stuff like that. But when you are, when you really want to go close to your consumers, your Gen Zs or whatever, you have to if your brand is Bengali, will not talk to a Bengali in that language. Both two Bengalis just don't meet every day and say namaskar, apni rasgulla khaben ki. That's not how it is. And that is where you need to strategize yourself. That you really need to go and understand what is an observation and what is an insight. There is a difference. Just by having a Rabindranath Tagore's photo in the background and creating a communication and saying that, oh, you know what, I think I've got, no, that's a mere observation. That is familiarity. You need to go a little deeper and talk to your regional consumer in that manner so that you connect to the way they are living, breathing, talking now.
Right.
I think that is what I have been striving. I don't know whether I've got it right with my brand, but it's worked in our favor.
Sure.
And many points are there which has built this together. It's not a single one point agenda that we've tried.
So I think you really brought a different perspective to price sensitivity in terms of core, in terms of value, and how you're able to create that value through narrative observation. So, Indo, we were having a different, very interesting conversation at the foyer on this point, but your publication group has a different take to price sensitivity. Let's hear that.
Yeah, so I personally feel that the Eastern Zone or Bengal as a market, it is as price sensitive as any other zone in the country, right? Yes, obviously their price sensitivity is there. We have had similar experiences, but then you see, Anandabajar Potrika has been the highest priced product in the market, right? And by a considerable margin. And still we have been leader by, say, our competition has been sort of almost half of the quantum of circulation or readership that we command. So I think it is more about the value for money that you deliver. And like India, Bengal, Eastern Zone, each of these geographies has a huge market. And you have multiple buckets of consumers. So you have to have the right targeting for in terms of the consumer that you want to reach out to. And if you can place on the table the right product at the right price, the consumer is always has a positive mindset to accept that product. I'll share one more example. At one point of time in the northern part of Bengal, there's a considerable competition who has a more of a local focus in terms of the content.
Got it.
And we have a local focus, but that particular brand was priced at a much lower price point than us. And we, in a way, got into that rat race. And then we realized that just to match the price sensitivity, we're probably walking away from our core proposition. So we picked up the price, we kept at a higher price point. We stuck to the local focus that AVP has always been known for.
Right.
And we connected with the kind of consumers that we wanted to connect. And we are absolutely happy with that. So that's the take on the price sensitivity.
So interesting, both from Pauline and Indo, that while the outside world might consider this region to be a price sensitivity, but they have used it in favor of the brand, say that that's not really a challenge, but more of an opportunity. One of the other challenge, Narendra, which I want to put to you as again as a marketeer,
is there is always this tussle, especially in this region, between a localized brand versus a national brand. A familiarity with a localized brand is more makes the region more loyal versus to look at a bigger brand. Turtle is again a brand, a homegrown brand, if you can say, but it has this national footprint. So have you really faced that challenge, or you too change that into opportunity that no, being local is actually good, or being national is make it more inspirational?
Good evening, everyone. Very interesting question.
The mics. Can you hear?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
So, Total being a homegrown brand, this year in July, we will be celebrating 30 years of our existence, our legacy. And this brand started from Calcutta. In fact, it started from Howrah. People did not believe, the kind of perception the brand had made. Even I've been with the brand for the last 16 years. And even when I remember when for the first time I was approached for the brand and somebody told me it's the head office is in Howrah, the campaigns what I'd seen, that didn't give me I was really shocked. I said, oh, I thought it was an international brand, that was the perception what we had. And till today, I mean, people, when they come to us who have been a loyal customers. So, and the brand always had a point of view, we've been associated with our namesake, the protection of our namesake, the Turtle Survival Alliance. So we work with them extensively pan-India. So that also really adds to a layer to the brand, the way you communicate with the consumer. And the kind of brand pillars what we had, and we will still have, it's like the modern style or a global Indian appeal, which was well articulated through our campaigns and through our merchandise in our stores. I think we cut across all genres over there.
Sure.
And today people are exposed digitally, they are very much aware the kind of brands they are,
Of course they are.
And we extensively, the Northeast, I mean, the East contributes to around 65% to our revenue. And last 2 years, we've extensively marched across pan-India, more in West and South. So, but then we were received with the same warmth over there. And the thing of that local, and of course, the affinity is there, the local affinity there, we being a brand. So the advocacy is really high over here, of course. But then the kind of approach the brand had, we cut across all genres, and it makes it easy. I mean, your merchandise speaks about it, the kind of collabs, the national level collabs you have, and the kind of aspirational value the brand brings on the table, that makes it easy.
I'm sure. In fact, I think that is what also Paulumi was alluding to, the brand narrative, etc. Promita, for you, again, from an agency partner point of view, one of the important medium, especially from this part of the world, is the out of home, right? And again, a challenge that we see for this region is a certain limitation of media, be it digital, be it offline. We have spoken about certain media dark markets. The percentage of those media dark market is slightly higher in the eastern region compared to the rest of the region. So where does again becomes a big opportunity for a medium like out of home, and you're able to deliver using that out of home as a format for the audience here in this part of region.
Yeah, I think whether it is East or the rest of India, surely there will always be pockets where the digital penetration would be a challenge.
Right.
However, as an agency today, when we are designing campaigns, if I'm talking on behalf of Karukrit, we have actually gone much beyond our 30 by 30s, 40 by 40s, 80 by 40s, right? Because like how the consumers are evolving as an agency, we also have to understand that for a consumer, when he or she is looking at a brand, whether she's looking at it on an 80 by 40 canvas or on a digital screen, which is as small as our palm size, or in a moving canter in a 10 to 20K pop group village. I think since morning, what we've been hearing and what we are also practicing is wherever there is a connect of what we are showing on any media platform, right? As I said, we have a huge canvas of 80 by 40. We have a brilliant creative of, a garment or a personal care brand. But honestly, it has not touched the chord with the person who is seeing it. At that point in time, whether you are in a digital format or a traditional format, you kind of, you would have lost the connect. So wherever there is a digital challenge, yes, for agencies like us, there is always an out of home, opportunity to connect, which again, we have started calling it very traditional, but if traditional is the way to connect to even the new generation customers in lower pop groups in tier 3 towns, even at that point in time, it is all about the narrative. It is all about the product benefit that you are showing to, your target group. I'll give an example, right? So gone are the days where you would run a simple branded Cantar in a tier 2, tier 3 town and, just publicizing your brand.
Okay.
And, take it for granted, audience is looking at me. Wow, my job is done. I think those days are gone. Well, as an agency, I would love to take on such assignments because I get paid. But since I have been in the initial part of my career on the other side, I started my career in brands and now I am on the other side. I know as an ex-brand manager, that is definitely not good. So today, out of home in a digitally challenged environment actually gives an opportunity to do simple things like demoing your product. We did a 90-day rural activation campaign going to the most interior of villages in Bihar, in Orissa, in Bengal, where trying to establish the benefit that the cement brand was trying to establish, we actually had the entire infra set, so it was about strength. It's rural. How best can you, establish that? Well, one thing is you start cementing something and show it. The other thing is you have simple elements of, a bull walker or a dumbbell or a barbell, and you ask your audience to come and do a certain, display and say that if, by the way, this cement is much more stronger. Apne ummeed se zyada strong.
Got it.
So these kind of narratives, these kind of integrations have huge opportunities in the traditional format, where there is today still a bit of an challenge to go digital.
Got it. So initially, when you started this panel and I framed in the flow, I thought that these are the really prevailing challenges here. But I've been hearing from all of you as a first level that actually all of it turned it into a great opportunity. This moves me to the second segment of this discussion is that, let me start with you, Narendra, as Turtle, as a brand. Can you share with us, again, East, if I say not with any disregard to any other region, we are very much, I think in one of the earlier discussions, we talked about culture, and East is a region that encapsulates cultural diversity a lot, right? So as a brand, have you explored that and have you seen that anything to do with cultural diversity, etc., consumer marketing initiatives around that has really benefited to you as a brand, as a marketer?
So I will put it across as, see, the East has a big culture, starting right from Durga.
Of course.
And, goes up to Assam and so the market, the window, the shopping market, I mean, that's huge, the buying consumer market that you do not get anywhere else. The rest of India are more prone to the wedding markets.
Okay,
yeah,
that's interesting.
That is more prone to the, like you have the Bihar, you have the Charcha, you have the West and South. Right. They are more stronger in the wedding season. But then East, where we are quite dominant, we are the only brand we get that much of a window with, and so the campaigns what we have, that is singular point of contact to cut across all the diversity. That is how we connect with the different regions.
Right.
And going at each cultural level, I think we do lots of the ATL and the BTL activities, and within a digital is strong. So you rope in the influencers, you rope in the local celebs during those periods. Yeah. So like for us, for the next 6 months, we are banking very high because I mean the window is really large, and the only brand to get this kind of space.
Got it. That's interesting. So follow me to you, and one of the most very touching campaign that Joy has done with this entire acid victim story, right? And there was a lot of resonance of that across not only this region but across the country as well. A lot of people have really appreciated the bravery the brand has shown. But going forward, when we look at consumer marketing initiatives, while we have the products to sell, right? But how does a cultural diversity of a brand and the preferences of the region play a very important role to push through our communication and a narrative that you spoke earlier about?
Yeah, so in this case, basically, this was one of the first purpose-driven campaign that we had done, which started from Skin of Courage. So putting that aside, bringing back to the fact that quite around 3 years back, we took the decision of having a regional brand ambassador as well.
Right.
And I just clear myself, when it comes to East, we were focusing on West Bengal per se.
Right.
So we were taking up geographies at the time,
Sure.
while pan-India presence was there. For example, now we have West Bengal and we're looking at Maharashtra as well. Right. So 2020, the pandemic year is when we started taking a focus in Bengal, and we started off by saying, why do we need a local celebrity? So somehow, as it would happen, this was something that we have observed in China. It operates very similarly. With every passing region, they have a regionally contextually relevant, cultural driven, advertising or communication. How do you call it? When I say advertising, I just don't mean an AV, any kind of activity.
Got it.
So, and we kept thinking that, this is something very relevant to our country as well. And especially when it comes to East, as since HSM was our primary market, we felt that we can't talk to the Bengalis in Bengal like a Hindi speaking person, right? We really need to get down and understand and that's when the relevance of the brand will come. And that's exactly what you were discussing earlier with her, the local brands. Yeah. We face a lot of pressure in personal care, actually. And by default, Bengal has been one of those places which has been infiltrated with a lot of local brands and MNCs. So how do you tackle that? So what is it that they're doing right that we go wrong? Initially, while we were growing up, I remember all the TVCs being dubbed. There was one national TVC and then it was dubbed.
Right.
Okay. We said, we're not going to do that. Let's not dub, which was a hard call. Because I'm not a very extremely cash-rich company as compared to the MNCs of the world. We took that call. We said, no, we'll go regional and let's talk to them like their own, somebody who can resonate with them. And therefore, the decision of taking a brand ambassador made it the right step because we were taking one of them.
Right.
Right. It was more closer. Of course, now being influencers and all that, a more micro level. But here I'm saying from an opinion leader perspective, the person from an ATL perspective gives you that fact. So that was one of the things. Then there are a lot of activities that you keep doing. For example, I'm present in a general trade, a modern trade format, and in an e-commerce format. My first buyers are actually the dealer and distributors. So we started engaging with them through a lot of these programs that the ATL, so as we all know, Bengal by far has GC, where regional highest delivering GRPs are there in Bengal.
Right.
So if you do a national plan on TV, with an HSM thing, you'll hardly have 40% coverage. You have to go really and do a separate plan. And we do have a good media isolation. And some of these programs that are there up on these things are almost like a daily ritual habit. So we said, we're going to get deeper into these programs, spend a little more, so that my first layer of people, like my dealer, distributors, start, recognizing me and patronizing me more in order to push my product out to my consumer. Because that relatability factor, my wife sees you on XYZ program, 7:30 Saturday. So every little piece you put together, and of course, the language and tonality, again, worked in our favor. Women brand, sentiments of women empowerment is pretty strong over here. Some of these, there were not many such, I can't mention all of them, but one thing, what we did was something I'm really worked in our favor is during pandemic. Because we were a Calcutta brand, I remember we took this call saying that, we have the Asia's largest red light area, Shonagachi. And of course, the sex workers, approximately 16,000 sex workers, they didn't have a place for work, and hygiene, of course, is a concern there. We took up this initiative of actually going out and taking the, a month-long, free delivery of all the hygiene kits to them. And again, the opinion leaders in this part of the country picked this up, supported this, it went. So now I've been really not only looking at Pujo, to be very honest, we've always, because the clutter is so much, we have abstained from during Pujo, but all these little things where you know your city well, you know your people well, what you know and what you are trying to project yourself, this little initiatives actually has helped us build that gap more.
Sure.
With them.
That's good. So coming to you, Anindo, from this, we are just about getting started, I guess. Anyway, coming to you, Anindo, these intricacies that, Polemi's spoken about, and you being one of the largest media platform from this part of the world, you have access to a lot of such, stories about content, etc. So, how do you see as a platform that how could that become a stepping stone for the agencies, for the brands to come together to give a meaningful or a relevant platform for the audience?
See, I'll take that question in two parts. One, how we have addressed that, and in fact the cultural diversities, how we have addressed that through the product,
sure,
and also beyond the product, which in a way, because see, we act as a platform, we act as a catalyst between the readers and our advertisers.
Yeah.
So if we create that platform, the advertisers can very well be on that. In terms of the product, an interesting, I would say, modifications that we did some time back in all our regional streets, we have created sections which create content customized for that microgeography. So even if you look at Bengal, it is actually a sigma of microgeographies, microcultures, and different practices.
Right.
So we created segments for content to be created by people from that geography, which essentially creates a sense of identity for the consumers, right? And that pans across agricultural practices. It takes into account the cultural practices. It takes into account the educational happenings, all that stuff. So we have various sections on various days just to address that cultural diversity, the social diversity that we have. The next, beyond product, see, when we talk about Durga Puja, it is a festival that you celebrate. For us, it is more important to be part of the cultural life of that geography. I'll take an example. Suppose there's a small town called Balurghat, which is the district town of South India. Now, there's a huge theater group working out of Balurghat. They create a lot of innovations in theater. They travel across to various theater festivals in Bengal, in India, right, across the nation. Now, how many of us are actually recognizing that? So for us, it is more important to spot those talents, to spot those cultural happenings, and how they are constantly improvising their art, how they are improvising their creations, and how they are presenting them in front of a bigger audience. So we as a platform, we as a brand are constantly working to bring those people at the forefront.
Got it, right. Very differentiated approach. So Promita, to you, I mean, while we are at culture and festivities and Durga Puja being now the biggest exporter, if I may say, of culture from this part to the rest of the world, now being judge UNESCO's tag. Again, as a out of home, right, and Eastern India is very strong in that perspective. So how do we really marry culture and format to bring the story alive that each of the marketeers and the platforms are trying to say, right?
Yeah, I think as you were mentioning about how East is very, very vibrant about the festivals, and Anando also just mentioned. So I think as an agency, what we try to bring to the table is the intricacies of festivals. And since we don't have time, I'll give one example. Durga Puja doesn't need any introduction to anybody in the world, actually, given the kind of hype and how we as Bengalis, I shouldn't say Bengalis, everybody staying in Bengal is a part of Pujo.
Right.
We took one nuance out of it. On the eve of Mahalaya, we know that the eyes of the goddess is drawn.
Yeah.
What we in Bengali call
Chokhuda.
Chokhuda.
Yes.
And coincidentally, Karukrit's office and we are very close to Kumatuli. So we have the advantage of knowing all the stages of idol making and what all goes for the past 5 to 6 months, in that Kumar hub. So drawing the eyes of the goddess is a extremely significant thing for the festival. Take that as one part of the triangle. The second part is most Bengali women use kajol.
Yeah.
It's a part of our culture. Number 3, we have a brand. We spoke to Lakme Iconic kajol. So we put together all of this. We partnered with one of the biggest pujo pandals of Calcutta, which is Ahiri Tola. We curated an event for them and we named it the Lakme Iconic Chokhuda, where symbolically the goddess's eyes of Ahiri Tola was drawn by the artist with the Lakme Iconic Kajal.
Oh.
So this is the power of out of home. When you merge it with the bloodlines in your system, when you do it for a Bihu, we do it for Rojo in Orissa, we are doing it for Rath Yatra in Orissa, we did it for the Shanghai Festival in Manipal. So, not Manipal, sorry, Shillong. Yes. So these are the things where we take it to the second layer, pull out things, integrate it with the nuance of the brand, and merge it with that slice of life. To me, that's the power of the Eastern region, where festivals are extremely, the congregation point, and it's a part of every woman's, every
Right. Fascinating. The other part that
to throw us out.
30 seconds, please. Yeah. The other part is that, yes, we are talking about, diversified culture and other, challenges, which all of you have turned into opportunity. The other unifying factor is the entire youth as a market, right? The earlier fireside chat spoke about Gen Zs, the opportunities there, etc. Again, maybe 20 seconds each from all of you, that how are you looking at this segment specifically through your marketing initiatives?
So currently, the buying power is there in the youth.
Right.
And we as a brand are going for a brand refresh.
Okay.
Because we understand that we need to be more relevant to this TG now. And they're consuming a lot of content.
Right.
So digitally, we're going very aggressive, whether it's the e-commerce or our digital presence.
Right.
And with that, we are launching, in fact, we've launched some of the key categories which gets associated with transcends well into this Gen Z. Yeah. And this particular segment is very high on brand ethos like sustainability. They really latch on to the brands speaks about it. Where they feel that, yeah, I mean, this brand is doing something, is contributing something, and they feel good being associated with that brand, that brings a kind of a satisfaction to them. So we've added a category of hand-woven fabrics where we've undertaken some few hundred villages. And so we've given an employment and we're making special hand-woven fabric from them. And so that narrative, when it's getting connected, we're getting eyeballs.
Got it.
So that is one of the ways
Sure.
to get associated.
Right. Follow me. I'm afraid you have 20 seconds.
Very big subject, so nothing much to say. It's a lot to say, so let's just refrain to that. We started this journey long back, identified they're the next. We got to impress them, hug them, make them the next big thing. All marketers dream only about Gen Z. Regional way, I think only one distinctive factor, there's a lot of consumption of regional content that happens significantly high in this part of the country. That gives us an opportunity to
engage,
identify them. That is a very big distinction that I've seen when you see data as well. And this part of the country's youth, Gen Z, still have a huge appetite of consuming or engaging in regional language.
Got it. That's it.
Okay, two specific initiatives in terms of the existing product. So obviously we are playing around with the content of the product, making it more visual presentation rather than a more textual presentation and all. And additionally, we are also creating digital platforms which will create content because, the problem with newspaper is that you try to connect with various buckets of consumers through a single product, which gets created every morning.
Yeah.
Right? So there are obviously boundaries, there are constraints. So we are trying to work on that through creation of digital platforms, which we have launched even in the Bengali space, we have launched. And so that's the way forward for this.
Promita, last few words.
Yeah, so as media owners, we are now putting a lot of focus on building digital out of home. And where we feel that the medium becomes much more interactive, something that resonates more with the youth. And we are also investing a lot in advertising rights in places like the metro, the stations where youth footfall is significant. So from a media development perspective, these are the two areas which we are focusing on.
Oh, great. So this entire, the powering regional markets, I think, are very important points in terms of brand narrative, in terms of owning the culture, about creating, content which is both regional and contextual to the region, and also looking at forward. I think the East Side story is a story which is not just restricted to East. Maybe it's not only powering, it's already powered at this point of time. So thank you for your insights, etc. And thank you, audience, for being patiently hearing to this wonderful conversation.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot to the entire panel for sharing your valuable insights with us. May I please request our photographers for the photo op. So now let's move ahead. Thank you so much. So now let's move ahead towards the next discussion, and the topic is measuring influencer marketing effectiveness in an attention deficit market. And the session chair is being held by Ms. Aditi Mathur Kumar, AVP Creative Business Lead, Interactive Avenues. Can we please give her a huge round of applause? Come on, everyone. And along with her, may I please invite the entire panel on stage, Mr. Pankaj Arora, AVP CRM and Martech, Wow Momo Foods. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Ms. Rashni Khaitan, Digital Creator, Mr. Shantanu Banerjee, General Manager Marketing, Dollar Industries, Ms. Suhina Chakraborty, Digital Creator,
Mr. Sumit Agarwal, LinkedIn Top Voice SDG Ambassador for DEI PR Signal. Can we please give all of them a huge round of applause?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here and good evening. I'm Aditi. I lead creative business at Interactive Avenues for North and East. And influencer marketing is part of the job I discussion. And I want to say something very obvious that influencer marketing was a phrase that was unheard of just a decade back, right? And now it's the fastest growing industry in the world and in India. Influencers are affecting not just the top of the funnel, but also the mid and the bottom funnels in terms of conversions and sales. And brand awareness, of course, like, you know, the impact that influence brings is phenomenal. So let's talk about one issue that brands and creators, I think, are facing as a common issue, which is the attention span of Gen Z or the young audiences. We're all trying to capture them, brands and creators. So we start with you, Suhina. You create, I love your content, first of all, and you create content in a mix of Bengali and English, which I love, which we'll come to. But tell us, how do you deal with the fleeting and the short attention span? And what do you do? What is your approach to kind of keep at it and keep your engagement and reach numbers up, if that is something that you consider?
First of all, hi everybody. Camon Action Shobai. I hope Kolkata is treating you well, everybody. Coming back to your question, I would say, firstly, I try to understand what my audience would be feeling. Like, see, I personally believe there's a very big difference between a celebrity and an influencer, right? So when we talk about Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, all of those people, those are untouchable. We'll never be able to ask him, hey, what are you wearing? Which brand is this? All of those questions, I don't think so he's ever going to answer to his audience. But when it comes to influencers, I feel, you know, if you give a chance to them to connect to you in a way that they are more of like your friends, like, you know, I give them the liberty to come up to me, ask me whatever they want. I try going live as much as I can. I like communicating with my audience there and also responding back to DMs, good or bad, then comments and all of that. So it's very important to make them feel that I'm there for you no matter what is, and you're just not an audience for me. And I feel my job is just not to like post content and go away, right? It is also to be able to connect with the ones who are watching me, engaging with my posts. So that is something that I've been doing. I religiously try to reach out to them. And yeah, I feel, you know, if you keep yourself very candid and not like somebody who's very difficult to get in touch with, that is something that a lot of creators are doing, and I try to refrain myself from doing that. I try to be there to reply back to them and all of that. So that is what I've been doing to, increase my engagement and make sure that they feel connected with me. So that is what I'm doing.
Yeah, definitely. So authenticity.
Yes, yes.
Connecting them.
Yes.
Which builds credibility.
Mhm.
Amazing. Rajni, so same question, but your content is very refreshing. I'm sure all of us here know and consume your content, all of yours actually. My question to you is, while Suhina touched upon credibility and authenticity while creating content, whether it's branded or not, or just for entertainment, you also stand very strongly for inclusivity and for representation. You are a creator with Vitiligo, and you talk about it openly. And again, while attention span is a question that we've heard from Suhina, how do you also bring in authenticity with being who you are and with representation? And Sumit will come to you for the same question after this.
So when I started my journey, like around 8 years ago, I'm sure like people didn't have much idea about influencer, who influencers are, and they used to get confused between modeling and influencers and content creators. So basically, I have been very insecure about my skin since a really long time because I have vitiligo. I used to wear socks even in summers because I used to hide them. But then it's just been 3 years that I got comfortable with my skin, and after that I started a series, Post Your Raw Self, where I used to post pictures, of myself without any makeup, unfiltered, pictures. So that is when I started, getting that confidence that, yeah, I can just create content freely without hiding my skin, without thinking about my skin twice. And that is something that has worked really well for me, because in today's world, when people are, like posting all their highs in life, I think it's also important to share your story and be out there and post your lows. That creates a relatability factor.
That's a beautiful answer. Sumit, you are a top voice on LinkedIn. And LinkedIn, wow, it's so refreshing to have someone from LinkedIn on this panel. When we talk about influence, we often think about Instagram or maybe Twitter, right, for specific categories. LinkedIn is a super powerful tool, but we unfortunately do not hear about it when we talk about influence. So we will come to that, Sumit. First of all, I'm very interested in knowing, all of us are, about your journey, about inclusivity and how having a voice and authenticity is important in content.
Hello. Yeah. Namaskar, Kolkata. What? I don't hear any noise. Namaskar, Kolkata. Yeah. So, coming back to your question, before that, I want you to do a small activity. Can all of you please get up? Please? Yeah, can all of you please get up? Please. I see few gentlemen and ladies sitting in the front row. Please get up. Yeah. Try to clap with one finger. Just one finger. Nahi ho raha hai. 2 fingers. Nahi ho raha hai. 3 fingers. 4 fingers. Now 5 fingers. Please take your seat. See, when we talk about influence and our journey in any platform, right, we need people that support us. That creates impact. Acta only a tali badena, ladies and gentlemen, right? So I was depressed. I felt alone because I was different. I was rejected from 30 school, right? They said, you don't belong here. So I wanted a place to belong. We are all searching for our body chikala, places where we belong, right? So I did not find any place where I belong, right? In 2004, I discovered something called Orkut that existed at that time. There was no Facebook, there was no LinkedIn, there was no Insta, there was Orkut. I put my thoughts in scrapbooks, right? And people resonated with it. So I built a community, and I have friends from Orkut who are in touch with me for the last 16 years, right? We have met, we have hung out. So the issue was for me was to find my safe space. That okay, I have cerebral palsy. So what? So you have to find your so what. I have this problem, but instead of this, what I can also do with it. It's not disability. Disability has the word ability within it, right? You just have to remove the dis. Right? So people told me don't go for an MBA, you won't be able to score. MBA is not for people with cerebral palsy. I scored a 9.5 CGPA and topped my entire university. I just take lo. Karna kya hai? You don't get to decide my story, I decide my own story. So this is how my journey has been. My mother was a successful lawyer, she quit her job, right? She knocked on doors of schools. She was like, padega to mainstream school mein padega, he won't study at a special school because he's not somebody special. He doesn't deserve special treatment. What he deserves is to be equal with all of the other people. And that's what started my journey. I don't believe that behind every strong man there's a woman. I believe in front of every strong man there's a mother leading the way. Right? And that's what I have learned in my life. That's how my journey has been.
Another round of applause for that. I mean, that is amazing. Thanks so much for sharing this with us. And it was, see, the reason I started with the creators is because, you know, it's very interesting. And I said it's all of us love it, right? Because of the creativity. But we also talked about how being authentic and how representation matters. Because being an influencer or a creator, I like the term creator better, is an aspirational thing today. Like I have a almost teenager daughter who wants to become, you know, I say it a lot of times, who wants to become the president or a fighter pilot or a creator. So it's an influencer is becoming, it's so, the influence is so big that kids are thinking that this could be a viable option. While you tell your stories, while you represent, and while you be your true self. So I think it's very inspiring when all of you, you know, tell us that it's you've been true to yourself and still being able to help brands, which makes me come to brands, right? Because this is an ecosystem and we stay together and we work together. It's an economy at the end of the day. So we start with you, Pankaj. For Wow Momos, the footprint is increasing, right? I mean, I come from Gurgaon and Wow Momos is almost a weekly order for us. Very straightforward question, where does influencer marketing rest in the funnel for you?
Hello, good evening, everyone. So, as a company, we have divided the influencer activity into 4 KPIs. First, awareness. Second, interest. Third, conversion. Fourth is loyalty, advocacy and loyalty. So if we'll talk about the awareness part, so as a brand, month on month basis, we are activating 15 or 20 new outlets across India. Some outlets in new cities, some in the existing cities only. So for this awareness activity, earlier, if I'll talk about 2 years back, if I'll talk about the influencer activity, that was not so active right at that point of time. But today, if I'll talk about with the help of AI, the artificial intelligence and the platform which all are in the market helps us to know which activity is helping us to create an awareness. What is the ROI of that particular activity? For example, if I am opening a new outlet in Bhopal and I am doing an influencer activity with the help of a regional influencer there. So we have a platforms, some platforms like Dream, etc. we have. With the help of those platforms, we'll be able to understand is that influencer activity is actually helping us in creating the awareness or not. That's a real-time picture which we are getting right now. So 2 years back, it was not there. I call it as a traditional influencer activity. Today, it's an AI-driven influencer activity. First. Secondly, interest. Interest, if I talk about, that means the influencers which are there in the market. So it's about creating a story. It's about creating an emotional connect with the consumer. So the influencer which we are working with them, first of all, we create a bond with them. We do a sign up of a long-term relationship so that those influencers will create or take a feedback from the customers as well. And they also introduce or they also show us our products to the consumer. Hey, it's for as in warm momo, we are serving the momos to the customers. So they sometimes what happen is that those influencers give us the recipe to the consumers as well. They show our recipes. This is how chicken momos are we are making. This is how pan fried momos we are making. So that it helps for the consumer to create an engagement with us. So that at the point of time when the influencer, so let me tell you one more thing. We also activate the two-way communication here. It's not about influencer is only talking about, it's also about we are also getting a feedback from the customer on real time. That help us to know the consumer in a very better manner. Third is the conversion part. So as a brand, if we are spending some money, so we are obviously looking forward some kind of sales as well. So it's a kind of conversion which we are looking forward from the influencer activity. For example, if I'm spending 10 lakhs on the influencer part, I'll be looking forward some good ROI from them. So with the help of this AI part, so we'll be able to track what all the codes which the influencer is giving to the consumer is getting redeemed or not. So we have a very strong built AI and a cost integrated system with us so that every activity which we are doing it right now. For example, right now, if I'm sitting here, multiple influencers are working for me in the different cities. So my panel is built in such a manner that I'm able to track if that influencer is doing his job in Bhopal or he is in Indore. So what kind of ROI we are getting from the code which he is giving to his consumer database. So this is a conversion which we are getting. Third is the loyalty part. So loyalty part, I'll divide the loyalty part into two ways. For short term and the long term. Short term is if I activate an influencer activity right now. What happened is that in short term, we suddenly get the number of sales from the consumer. But it's you can say it's a real-time sales conversion we are getting, but that's a short-term activity of the influencer. If I talk about the long term, that helps me to build the loyalty with the consumer. Those influencers help me to retain my customer, to help me to make the customer as a loyal for me, and I'll be able to retain that customer year on year, month on month basis. So these are the 4 KPIs on which we work with the influencers.
That is a great strategy, I must say. And also you brought up a few very important points that I also want to touch upon. One is long-term association, which is a sustainable relationship, which like we were talking about with our creators, builds sustainable relationships, build long-term credibility for the brand as well. And you also said that loyalty and advocacy is very important, which is why in the beginning I was saying I refer the term creators to influencers, because when you create authentic content, you also create a community for the brand. So yeah, great answer. Thanks, Pankaj. Shantanu, coming to you. When I think of dollar, I think of Akshay Kumar. Right? I mean, celebrity, and you and I were talking earlier and, we were discussing that how this is one of the biggest, longest probably going association with a brand and a celeb. Celebs are also on the top tier influencers, right? Where do influencers fall in your funnel? Same question.
Hi, everyone. Rightly pointed out, Aditi, and actually I would like to thank Pankaj first, because the way he explained the steps that from a brand perspective, the way we go about about creating an awareness, then interest, conversion, and so on. Rightly pointing out to Aditi's question, from dollar, I would like to say that Akshay Kumar has been our brand ambassador, as everyone in the hall know, because we are from marketing fraternity. And that's been a longest standing association with one ambassador along with the brand, probably because Akshay is with us for almost 14 years. But to add to this, prior to Akshay, we had Salman Khan in the initial 2 years. Just after COVID, when we were doing a research, this is about the recall factor that I'm talking about. When we were doing a research about how people respond to dollar and Akshay saying "Pit hai boss, bar bar" campaigns, there were a huge set of audience who responded saying that Salman Khan is the brand ambassador of dollar. So in that manner, we were taken aback. So it's all about how a person has influenced in those 2 years vis-a-vis Akshay Kumar, who was there with us almost for 11 years. So coming back to this particular point, yes, we are heavily into ATL media, but we are not into the organized retail, but we have started opening retail outlets. We have now 15 plus outlets across India. And actually, when I am doing an ATL activity with Akshay Kumar or Yami Gautam, who endorses my female product of Dollar Missy, even recently, 3 months back, we have taken in Saif Ali Khan for one of my brands called Dollar Leher. But when I'm having a set of activities, ATL sphere in television, print, even to support the function with outdoor, I am also introducing plenty of other product ranges like women lingerie or athleisure. But for that, when I do not have the capacity or I would not strategize enough myself to spend so much, so I would take the help of influencers because they are the ones whom I would bank on to create awareness. That's where it has helped us a lot. A couple of activities where I had directly approached creators, as you are mentioning, and also the platforms who aggregates all these digital creators like Moj, ShareChat, and that has given us phenomenal results, ladies and gentlemen. Last summer campaign where we again showed Akshay Kumar in the campaign, the very beginning line, he says, "Dollar upar gaya." That was a part of the sequence in the TVC. After that, we engaged a hook step, a hashtag challenge with digital creators, and that has given us 6.8 billion views. And the reach, you can well imagine, it was incredible. Along with that, when I was introducing my range of athleisure last year, when we endorsed Rajasthan Royals IPL team, and they were endorsing our products, we figured out that that was very much a male-centric propaganda that we were doing because cricketers were only endorsing male products, athleisure, but we also have female athleisure range, activewear range. We need to do activities with that. Similarly, we came back this year along with Moj again and did a fantastic activity where we carried on the campaign line of Play Mode On. And that gave us 4.7 billion views and it was a 5.7% engagement. So that was brilliant. I mean, they are helping us a lot. And as Pankaj rightly pointed out, when I'm opening stores even, local activities, because they have been the trustworthy factor. In the hosiery segment, it's very different. India is pretty diverse and still today people go on. I mean, if you move out from Calcutta, Bombay or Ahmedabad, maybe 200 kilometers away, people still go and ask Akshay wala banyan dena. So that's the recall. That's the mega influencers that we have. But when we are coming to a store opening, maybe Mansa in Punjab, I have to depend on local influencers to inform the particular set of audience, maybe 24 to 40, to inform them that, hey, dollar store has opened in this particular mall and better check that out. If the next step, as Pankaj was mentioning, to create interest, I would actually barter with them and giving them my products. They would unbox or they would particularly showcase. And then people would be aware of what dollar is selling in the EBOs. So in a way, we have started a lot. As you mentioned, it's probably not a decade, just about when TikTok got over, that influencer, as the terminology mentions, came about. And from that 4 years, it's been a great journey for the brand. And I'm sure the future is very bright and we'll have to depend on them a lot. And it's giving us results as well.
Wow, yeah, another like great to hear from a brand who's utilizing influencers and their power to the max. You also brought out what Pankaj also touched upon, the regional or the power of the local influencers, right? Uh, we all know that the regional influencer is on the rise. We've read several reports which say that India and Bharat are different. Bharat being the Indic, the regional, the vernacular, the regional language speaking and reading and content consuming people. So let's hear it from our creators now. I'll go to Suhina because you create a lot of content in Bengali as well. How do you think, while we've heard from our brand representatives, how do you think as a creator you can help a brand uh, being a regional, being an influencer who knows regional nuances? Do you think it's better in terms of reach and engagement?
So I will do a little story time now. So when I started, basically, there's a big reason why I started doing content creation. So when I was 3 years old, since then I used to do modeling, acting, and all of that. So I have worked in many serials, movies, and all of that. But when I almost was in class 9, 10, my parents didn't allow me to do it. So I was very upset that now I can't go to shoots and anymore. But then when I started seeing that, there is a thing like you can post pictures online, there are photographers who approach you and everything. I didn't even know that you're paid for it, very honestly. So when I started doing that, and then I saw there was a particular picture of mine where I was wearing a white sari, red blouse, like in princess cut, proper Bengali look, and that gave me almost 4.2 million reach. So I was like, why was I not doing this before, right? So I feel that kind of made me think, no, maybe I can do something for, through my content, through my pictures, I can maybe show sides of Kolkata and all of that. And I feel when you're speaking in your regional, your vernacular language, right, you emote the best. So I try to do that the most in my content. And when we are not forced to keep ourselves scripted and, there are not too many do's and don'ts, I try to incorporate my language, which is the sweetest of all. Right. So I try doing that because I feel there's a different kind of relatability that one shares, the kind of relatability that uh, a Bengali girl or a guy will be doing with my Bengali content. I don't think so. That would be of the same efficiency if it's in English. And going by my insights, I've seen over 45% of people are from Kolkata. So yes, I try to cater it down to that set of audience.
That's perfect because I love the story. That was so cool. Also, it makes so much sense for brands as well to, we all research. I'm from an agency side. I know brands, and as we research audiences and you want to reach out to audiences, to creators who have audiences in our target markets, in our priority 1, priority 2 markets. So it makes a lot of sense for, vernacular and regional. Which brings me to platform. A lot of what we do in influencer marketing, in terms of all of us, like brands, agencies, and creators, it is dictated by the platform. Like, you mentioned that TikTok was in India and then it started a trend. And when it went, we had likes of ShareChat and Moj, and then Instagram brought in Reels, and the short video format came in, which is the current trend. And we are talking about what's trending and what's not trending. Sumit, when we talk about all this, we still have I think a couple of points to cover. I'm going to go a little over. We do not think of LinkedIn, right? I've named so many platforms right now. LinkedIn is also free from the curse of the short video format, because that is what leads to the short attention span, right? Scroll up. LinkedIn doesn't have that. So you have the luxury of time. The user has the luxury of time. How do you suggest brands utilize that? Because you've been doing it like a champion for years.
So when I started LinkedIn, right, I used to use it as a personal diary, right? I used talk about dreams, hopes, all of that, right? And that's what made me relatable to people. Till date, I've got over 200 million views on LinkedIn. And 200 million for LinkedIn is a huge number, right? Because LinkedIn, you have HRs, you have corporates, you have a more professional audience as compared to Instagram and other platforms. Because people usually believe that LinkedIn mein kya hai, LinkedIn mein job dhundna hai. But that is not the way you should look at LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn, you have a longer attention span for the audience, which is actually looking for what is your brand doing in terms of sustainable goals, in terms of how it is taking care of your customers, how it is taking care of other things, right? But that being said, LinkedIn भी अभी video content को support कर रहा है. You can do 30-second videos on LinkedIn too. That being said, the other video format that you use on Insta might be different from LinkedIn because the content will be different. You must post a little serious content talking about how your brand and handles customers, how your brand handles complaints, what is the recruitment process, all of that. If you say all of that in a video format, that will open up your brand to empathy. And empathy is the key to authenticity, right? So there's a lot of space for experimentation. And when you begin to experiment, for example, I started posting a lot of sketches on LinkedIn. I used to do a sketch of a lot of people who inspired me, and I used to post their story on LinkedIn, right? And that got me a lot of views. I did it once on Ratan Tata. It got me around 70 lakh views on one post. So, be open to experimentation and don't just treat it as a job and recruitment site, because that will get you the top talent in the market, right? And that's what drives tomorrow, innovation and empathy. That's what's the key in the creator economy as well. ये नहीं है कि हम लोग कुछ भी सोच के रील्स पोस्ट कर दे रहे. We do. When we post a 30-second reel, we have probably worked 10 hours of research and shooting behind that 30-second reel. Nobody acknowledges that, but that's what goes on in the background, right? People say that becoming creators are easy. That's not. Creator is a unappreciated work. People say that it's easy, but you must understand brands, you must understand audiences, you must understand vernacular languages, you must understand a lot of things in order to become a creator. Right?
Yeah. I agree with Sumit, but the fact is, we as brand custodians, we hardly give you a choice to be very creative. We actually put them in a bracket and say that these are the things that you have to follow and these are the guidelines set by the brand.
Absolutely. I was just going to say that the same thing, that how important then creative freedom becomes as creators, right? You brought out a very important point. I mean, it can be the tagline that authenticity, empathy, and innovation. That is the way to move forward. I will just take up the last, section because we're over time here, which is on measurement. Right. So I will ask you first, Rajni, as a creator, how do you measure impact? We've talked about using influencers and their power for brands, for awareness in various stages in the funnel. How do you measure it? How important are analytics for you?
I think one thing has to be clarified, that we as content creators, or you say influencers, are not direct salesperson. So when there is a salesperson, he's selling a product, he or she is selling a product. It's like if the person is interested, they will immediately buy the product maybe. But then when we post about a content, so if the product is not required there and there, maybe people, but it helps to create brand awareness. It stays in people's mind. So maybe if after a month, if after 15 days, 10 days, whenever the person, the viewer requires that particular thing, they come back to it. And this I'm saying from my personal experience. So how I measure my success, or how I measure the reach of the likes and views and reach is one thing, but then when people remember what you posted about, and when people tell you that yeah, we used your product after looking at it, so that is what creates that's how I feel that yeah, my posts work well.
I love what you said, that we are not salespeople. That's why we, all of us, you also said the same thing, and all of us agree that awareness, credibility, authenticity is what, creators can bring for brands. And how brands measure, we all know. We have plenty of tools. So we
It's
have
UTD, urgency, timeline, and the deal which you are giving to the consumer in a real time. You can
Yes.
measure the conversion of that particular artwork.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're completely out of time. I'm getting signals from everywhere, but it was amazing. Thank you, everyone. And I think the takeaway is authenticity, innovation, empathy, and
Artificial intelligence.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for joining us. May I request the photographers for a group picture, please? Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing your insights on measuring influencer marketing effectiveness in an attention deficit market. And this particular session was sponsored by Shyam Metallics. Thank you so much. I would request our team to kindly show the promo for our sponsors.
हाय मैं हूँ सलमान कुछ लोग मुझे टाइगर भी कहते हैं हार्डिंग मैं टाइगर सब लोग मुझे टाइगर कहते हैं ये ऐसी है टाइगर टीएमटी रीबार एक्सपर्ट्स से टाइगर बॉन्ड कहते हैं ये बॉन्ड छूटता नहीं ये बॉन्ड टूटता नहीं ऐसी है टाइगर टीएमटी रीबार में ताकत बेमिसाल और इसका एडवांस ड्रिप टेक्नोलॉजी लगे सीमेंट से बॉन्ड सालों साल इसे कहते हैं टाइगर बॉन्ड इन दीवारों में टाइगर रहता है ऐसी है टाइगर टीएमटी रीबार
Now, moving ahead towards the next discussion, the next panel is going to be on the definitive Charcha, drawing a battle plan for adversities. And this particular session is powered by Z Bangla. So can we please have the promo for our sponsors?
গঙ্গার এত কাছে আমাদের বাড়ি
আরে ভেতরে এসো কি করছো তুমি তো নতুন বউ লোকে কি বলবে বসো
ছবিতে যতটা ফর্সা দেখেছিলাম সামনে কিন্তু ততটা নয়
কি আর করেছেন ছেলের পছন্দ বসুন এসছে এটা আবার কি
ওটা আমার হারমোনিয়াম মা পাঠিয়েছে
সে হোক পলুকে বলে দিচ্ছে ওটা গুদাম ঘরে গিয়ে রেখে আসবে পলু
আমার মা খায় জগৎ
কি আছে শিবির মিত্র
আমার আলোয় মা খায় জগৎ মা রঙিন স্বপ্নে
এই দেখুন বড়িয়ারি আপ কিন্তু দুধটা বসিয়ে দিয়ে চলে গেছে আমি না দেখলে তো উতলে পড়ে একাকার হয়ে যেত
শোনো না আমার গানে স্যার
প্লিজ এখন না
আমার স্কুলে দেরি হয়ে যাচ্ছে, আমি চলে এসে শুনবো না।
মনের ভাষা মন যে একা ঘুরে মরে
কি শিবন, আজকেও আমাদের সঙ্গে চা খাবে না? খাবে না বললেই হলো। আসছি আমি এক্ষুনি, দাঁড়া। আর সাথ সাথ সমোসা ভি খাবো। কত বড় একটা সাকসেস, এইটুকু সেলিব্রেট না করলে চলে? এক্ষুনি।
কি বলছো বলো তো তোমরা?
কার কাছে কই মনের কথা, ৩রা জুলাই থেকে প্রতিদিন সন্ধ্যে 6:30টায় জি বাংলায়।
So, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite our session chair is held by Mr. Arnav Mitro, founder Liquid Asia and CEO DigiBox. Let's give him a huge round of applause. And our panel strategy, Wonderman Thompson, Kolkata, Miss Rochita De, Director, Sri Leathers, and Mr. Shantanu Sirohi, COO, Interactive Avenues, and Miss Suparna Mukaddam, Head Marketing, Kevintus Group. Can we please give all of them a huge round of applause?
Okay. Okay, so I know it's like I'm just keeping you guys away from the bar. So it's just us and in between the bar. That's all we really have. So we'll make it quick. We'll try to be a little more respectful towards time, right? Okay. Great. So I think we got a very interesting conversation, and it's something that has been kind of being discussed in many places, but I think we'll try and do it again. Adversity. I think one of the key pointers that have really kept the creative business going. Somebody said that conflict breeds creativity, or any kind of problems actually be very creative. So so our topic is today that how do you draw up a battle plan during adversities, right? And I have got a fantastic panel out here. We're short by one person though, but we at least have somebody like I told her that she's our only chance to gender diversity. So she shouldn't leave. So, so she's here. So Rochita from Sri Leathers. I have got Ayan from Durability. And I have got Shantanu from Interactive Avenues. So two agencies. I also represent an agency and a brand. So I'm kind of a mixed hat right now. But I think we'll try and make it a little more interesting for you guys. So just the benefit of, gender in no particular order, but fairer, fairer sex. But we need a microphone here, because I'm going to ask a question and, she needs a mic. This one is not working. So Rochita, fantastic brand. We have all seen Sri Leathers for a very, very long period of time. And but in our lifetime, we haven't seen an adversity like what we just saw a couple of years back. And I'm sure that must be the first one that you have seen as well, right? How was it? Store shut, nobody buying shoes, or they are, I don't know, but tell us how was it?
When everything was shut, in terms of communication, we increased our frequency actually, because content consumption was at an all-time high. However, we changed the focus of our communication. Instead of promoting products, we were focusing on brand building. In terms of media choices, maybe not print and outdoors, we were focusing a lot more on
television and digital. And with respect to revenue generation, of course, when everything was shut, then we weren't operating. But when gradually we started opening up, the demand for footwear was still not at our capacity of our manufacturing capacity. So what we were doing was we had all our underutilized manufacturing units, but we also had a robust network of clients. So we started making 3-ply masks, PPEs, and supplying it to medical institutions, hotels, restaurants. This was for B2B. For B2C, what we were focusing on was we hosted a lot of outdoor pop-up stores because there was a limit as to how many customers you can allow indoors. We were doing that in apartment complexes, and we were offering same-day delivery service to nearby residents, a 2-kilometer radius from our stores. This was B2C. The main mentality before going into the pandemic was that we're going to make sure that every single employee at Srileathers will have something to do. At a time where organizations were laying off talent, we wanted to make sure that everybody's livelihood in the organization was protected. And we successfully accomplished that. And I'm very grateful that we were able to do that.
Superb. I think you touched upon a very interesting topic. I think from just being prepared for adversities, I think you talk about the responsibilities that an organization of your scale or every individual should have had. That actually is a very interesting topic. And, Shantanu, I prepared this for, Suparna, but since he is not there, let me ask you, with your kind of portfolio from a independent agency to now part of a global group, right? And I know that responsibility has been kind of, cued into the narrative during this pandemic. The question that, kind of asked me that India being a market which is so focused on ROI, how did you see responsibilities weaved in the, scheme of things? Because P&Ls were also difficult to run at that point in time. So how did it happen for you guys across the network or even in India?
Yeah, so firstly, Rachita, I think, and I'll answer your question building on what she'd already said. The thing about taking care of your people, right, that's paramount. If you're in Kolkata particularly, I often hear it that there is a lot of promoter-driven business, right? Promoter-driven business automatically takes care of its people, right? But then when you are dealing with MNCs and you're talking about, hey, who actually owns this company, some shareholders somewhere, right? It's not really very easily identified. However, it's not that there's any great process or system or, Qaida way to do things which will come and you just follow them blindly. It's very, very different. In fact, the realities are very different. So filing for a Chapter 11 bankruptcy in the US, for instance, is the right thing to do because it allows you to restructure the company. But here, if you go for bankruptcy, it's a very, very different connotation. So markets are different. And I cannot stress upon the fact even more of what the responsibilities as a business or what's the stand that you need to sometimes take, because you are a company with a healthy balance sheet. How does it matter if you don't make money in a particular year? The answer is not let's cut out on people. There is no stimulus check coming here to our people, right? In the US, if you lay off somebody, it actually works well for that person as well because they get a severance. Additionally, they get government support and so on and so forth. Here, that entire thing needs to be done by the organization. And that is something that that we did. So it's not that there wasn't guidance saying that do pay cuts or look at. I am quite proud to say that in an industry where the norm is 30-35% attrition rate, for the time of the pandemic, we did not see a single person go. And we did not even, again, there are people who are identified as, at any point in time, okay, these are the non-performers and they will need to move out. we put that on hold as well. It's not that those people were asked to go. So that was the first big thing that I talk about in terms of adversity. See, the rest of it is all right. The rest of it is business. We had some clients like Amazon or Spotify, for instance. Those are the people who actually spend. So they saw us through in terms of the business or what kept us busy. There were clients like Uber, I tried it, for whom, I mean, there's no travel, it's a lockdown, right? What can you do? But it was very interesting because we worked, the teams there worked as well to plan for what is going to be the contactless process? How is it that we are going to take care of it when travel does open up in some way and form? And so that of course is now I'm getting into the marketing and how there is always an opportunity and adversity. And when there was some kind of a lift of the lockdown, we saw a tremendous payoff on what had been planned, because the people who were earlier used to going to Europe for a holiday were not traveling. So Oberoi, on the other hand, would entirely depend upon the overseas tourists. They were not coming in, but this guy who didn't go to Europe for a holiday was, doing holidays locally in India and seeing the things again with Oberoi. That was amazing. BMW again, very different. So sometimes they had stock, sometimes they did not. How to sell a car without the guy coming for the experience, how to deliver a test drive without in a safe manner, and so on and so forth. So it was a mixed bag. There are enough opportunities. Digitization, of course, all of us know the pace at which digitization happened just changed. People got their supply chains in order. That part, payments, accepting payments, and so forth. Another interesting opportunity that came from was, again, we had perfected the art of running campaigns for short duration bursts, because Book My Show is a client, and you know the movie comes during the weekend and you can market and sell the tickets only then, and after that it kind of peters out. So that learning we took to Tanishq. We said that, all right, instead of running one campaign, now we are running store level campaigns. And depending upon how, some cities, there's a spike in numbers. So in a particular city, there might be a shutdown, or your walk-ins, you have a target and those number of walk-ins are being exceeded. So we could switch on and switch off campaigns. What we had learned for movie ticketing as a business, right? That the theater tickets are getting sold out, so stop promoting it in that area. Right? We were able to take that and put it into a category like jewelry. So that's what we saw. And that was amazing.
Okay, so I think I'll try with Ayan as well. I think thank you so much, Shantanu. I think we are getting close to drawing up a plan. I think Shantanu mentioned about a plan of how do you superimpose a learning from another industry to the overall adversity cross opportunity, the way you look at it. So question to you is, how was your story at JWT? Is it any different? Is it same? Or you had a different battle plan, you guys?
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'd like to say that we stayed afloat, and we stayed afloat pretty good, thankfully, during the entire period of COVID. Because of the range of business that we had, and taking cue from what Rochita said, she said that a lot of time was spent on brand building. See, what happens is that in your day-to-day business now, you're chasing a target, you're living quarter to quarter, you have a product launch, you have to do communication around that. What this adversity gave us the opportunity is to introspect. So when you're looking at some of the biggest brands in the country, when you're looking at brands like UFIT, when you're looking at brands like ITC, all right, they're behemoths. They have three pillars, be it a gold flake, be it a classic, or be it a Wills. Within each, they have multiple brands. So we delved deeper into portfolio architecture conversation, delved deeper into brand extension. What is the possibility of extension? Which are the silver bullets? Which are the strategic brands? Which are the cash cows? Those kind of conversations that you never get an opportunity when you're living from quarter to quarter. What could be the NPD developments possible for future? Do the concept testing. And I think we took the technology other than the techies. I think the advertising industry took to technology like a fish takes to water. So Blue Jeans came in as a huge platform, to do research. For the first time, we were conducting researches, depth interviews, group discussions, concept testing, product testing, without actually having the need to meet the consumers. So that was one. And the other one was opportunity. So when I'm looking at a brand like Louis Philippe, the opportunity was that they realized that, hey, this is an opportunity. Most of the people are working from home. So at play, at leisure, comfort wear is an opportunity area for a strictly premium formal wear brand. Can we create, a product offering? Can we do that line extension? How much of that is feasible? And we knew that, see, whatever happens, said and done, it was going to subside. Things would be normal and there would be revenge spending, something that is happening. So what has happened is that 2 years of time period, that introspection, helped us put together a lot of things. Now we are now executing it again at the blitz pace.
Okay. So, of course, next question to you. Our fathers keep on telling us that save for the rainy days, right? And so when COVID happened or pandemic happened, I think at least my father got a chance to tell me that, see, I told you someday something bad can happen. Does something like that happen in Srinivas as well? Because I understand that the rain is shifting and you have a different way, different mind of doing the work that the family has done fantastically, or the business have done amazing over the last so many years. And then you have a pandemic hit, right? Are you reminded that we told you about adversities and see here is this opportunity and ABC things are not allowed, or no, we can continue what we have started? How is it?
So for us in retail, every situation is an opportunity, right? It's how you choose to market it. In terms of the pandemic, the ground reality is consumers started becoming more and more price conscious of their consumption. And fortunately, I am working with a brand that is catering to a very price sensitive customers. So my brand reach actually went wider during this time. And in terms of communication post-pandemic, we are traditionally a brand that has always focused on the positives. And most of our communication is very festival celebrations based. And we continue to do that. Our biggest campaign is expected to come this next month, which is our Durga Puja campaign. And I can't say that we have changed anything other than the fact that we've only grown from strength to strength post-pandemic.
No, so, I think it's a connected question for you. You spoke about a new campaign coming up and we're definitely not going to talk about it, but 2.5 years, anything that you did around, kind of using the situation to an opportunity you want to talk about, any specific plan that you had or a campaign that you rolled out, which I think will enlighten us?
So during the pandemic, we weren't doing any product promotions, but one of the things that we didn't want to get let go of was the fact that our association with Durga Puja was so strong. We wanted to still have that connection during the pandemic. So what we did was we hosted a couple of known faces from Bengal and had them talk about Durga Puja stories on our platform, not in a way this is my brand, look at my brand or look at my product. There was no brand mention. It was just a way of thanking the people of Bengal for accepting us and giving us so much love and popularity during this festival. And now that we had the time to share, participate in their festival, because usually in retail, yes, we are very busy during festivals, but as retailers, we don't get to celebrate any of the festivals. Like we don't see the daylight. We are always in the store or in the office. So it was a time for us to virtually celebrate with our customers. Other than that, I already spoke about a couple of things that we rolled out during the pandemic, like the pop-up stores, underutilized manufacturing units. We were making PPEs, 3-ply masks. Also that
we were, apart from pop-up stores, we were also supplying. I can't think of anything like very different because we're a very traditional brand and we have always marketed ourselves very traditionally and nothing unique, and we're continuing to doing the same thing. Only thing is, yes, we have offered a new range of products, keeping in mind that customers are looking for a lot more comfort. Occasion wear was hit very hard during the pandemic and people were moving to a different style of different lifestyle. So we had to cater to that. And of course, like I said, we are catering to price sensitive customers, and the pandemic actually worked in our favor because we grew in popularity. Our 2022 festival performance beat our all-time record highs. So we bounced back, and how?
Super. One question for you. In all of this marketing adversities that we talk about and challenges, how you have proposed various ways of working with the brands that were already working with you. How interesting or how important was the digital play, and what did you guys do to maximize the opportunity?
See, digital was extremely important because people were not moving out of their homes. They're stuck to the screens, right? Either for work or for entertainment, but they were stuck to the screen. So it was the virtual world. What it allowed us to do was hyper-target consumers basis their changed lifestyle. There was a complete change in lifestyle. So if I may give you an example, so I used to handle a brand called Inu. It's a antacid brand. And it was very heavy on traditional classical advertising. But then we realized that during the adversities, during the COVID period, people were working from home. They were browsing through a lot of content on the internet, becoming home chefs for the first time, cooking a lot of food, eating a lot of food, but leading an absolutely sedentary lifestyle. So different people had a different sedentary lifestyle and they were working in different time zones. That gave us the opportunity, that data gave us the opportunity to hyper-target, create communication, basis a kind of a lifestyle and how the antacid comes into play. Because if you are sitting in front of the screen for 18 to 20 hours in a day, if you are sleeping at odd hours, if you're eating food, you are bound to have digestive issues. The other opportunity was for another brand called Sensodyne. Now, Sensodyne is a very clinical brand, right? There's a diktat, there's a GSK diktat. Sensodyne communication needs to follow a certain template when it goes into mass media. But digital, particularly Instagram, gave us the opportunity to do fantastic SMR videos. And we took that forward by creating some of the best dishes. So it's a very simple thing that you have tooth problems primarily when you eat, or the sensitivity happens when you eat something hot, cold, or sweet. We tied up with one of the most popular celebrity chefs, Ranveer Brar, and we created an entire range of products within these sweet, sour, and hot and cold products, and encourage people to make those and eat those with a simple message that, food sensitivity shouldn't come in between your appreciation of food. So the conventional way of doing communication, we had to adapt to the new ways of doing it because of the changed lifestyle that people have.
Right. Okay. So, I understand that, digital was the pivotal mode of communication. My question was more, how did you kind of adapt? And I think you have answered it perfectly. Shantanu, a question for you, and this is more because I think earlier panels were all talking about more East and Kolkata and all that. And I understand that our panel doesn't necessarily, want to highlight on that, but I still want to understand from you that, during the last few years, and I think you guys have been having an office here, for some time, or you already operate in this market, right? Then did you specifically see anything from this market which stood out, where you did something specific, or for brands or a battle plan that you saw was very specific to this market where maybe our audience can, benefit out of?
Actually, nothing very specific comes out particularly, but the one thing that we've realized is, that it mentioned that briefly earlier. See, digital marketing by its very own nature allows some amount of nimbleness, quick to start, quick to stop, and so on and so forth. But it was limited to areas where it was easy to measure, right? So for ROI-driven campaigns, you typically see if it's e-commerce, it is happening because all right, this is the entire chain all the way to sales. So you have that attribution, that data is flowing back, and you can start and stop those campaigns. But in this duration, most traditional brands, let's say FMCGs, right? FMCGs honestly would be the last guys to figure out direct to customer, D2C, right? Because by its very nature, and even now, in terms of total e-sales, I'm talking about the stores, the aggregators, Flipkart, Amazon, that kind of stuff, as well as your own store, all put together would probably be in single digits still. It might go up, but it's still in low single digits. So everything else was physical. So they did not, till in the pre-COVID, they did not have the ability to link through that entire thing or accept payments or what is the logistics for it, because they are focusing on where 90-95% of the business is coming from. Come today, all these clients, including the clients in Kolkata, right? The big FMCG branch we have Imami here, and we do some work with them. There is ITC, and we do work with them. The digital sales stroke, the more important backend that they have at their end, which needs to link in their supply chain, which needs to link in and be able to inform the digital campaigns. That thing which was broken, that thing which was never there for these categories fell into place, because they realized it doesn't matter whether it's going to be a 5% channel, 10% channel, this needs to happen. And once that did, and that's the entire digitization and digital transformation journey, that journey just got, ratcheted up in categories where it was absent. See, in e-commerce was always there, and auto also it was there till a certain level because lead gen is well understood, right? But in FMCG, in Kolkata, for instance, both Imami and ITC, that part of the gap that existed got plugged in. So today, the campaigns automatically are that much more efficient, that much more nimble, that much more nuanced, right? Understood, and they're able to do that.
Perfect. So I think this is our last question of the evening, and I've already got a signal from there. We want to be on time. So Shantanu made a very valid point. Traditional brands got leapfrogged to the digital era through this COVID or crisis, whatever we want to term it. You said you guys are very traditionally marketed, right? But I'm sure you are using the digital channel to its fullest. A quick battle plan, 3-point battle plan from you, where you are, how you guys have moved and are now ready for a 2023 Durga Puja through digital.
I don't know about the 3-point battle plan, but it's all about having the right mix, right? You cannot do just digital or just print or just outdoors. Like for a campaign to be fully successful, you have to have the right amount of mix of different medias. And of course, digital plays a very important role, but having said that, digital also has its limitations. While it's measurable, it does not have the audience that specifically a print could target or an outdoor could target or a radio could do. So my understanding is that just because I said traditional does not mean that my marketing campaign will be traditional. When I said that we are a traditional company, I mean that like we are growing sustainably. We are still a family-owned brand. We only have 44 stores as opposed to other footwear brands who have hundreds of stores across the country, and this is we have chosen to be this way because we rather grow at a pace that we can control, only because we like the feeling that when somebody walks into our store, it feels like a mom and pop owned store. It's not run by a large corporate. So each and every dealership that we do select is selected very carefully, because also we consider, like, apart from Sriladas, the brand, Sriladas, the organization is very special to us. We operate like a family. So when we bring somebody in, when we give them the dealership, they are joining the family. So the relationship between the dealer and me and my team has to match, you know. So yes, even though our organization is traditional, our approach to communication and marketing is a mix of both traditional and modern, I would say.
Great. So I think we are just at the end of our panel. Thank you so much, guys, for all the answers. So quickly, one minute drop. What we discussed is, I think we understand that adversity is an opportunity. I think we also spoke about multiple types of models that are possible. There is no one model, one perfect thing. There are various brands, from a footwear brand to antacids to hotel chains. We spoke about different kinds of brands, and they all had their own game plan. So I think the one line that's coming out is that, I mean, there is no one size that fits all. So you have to really create your own battle plan for the situation you're in. But one underlying thought that came out was that the responsibility at the core of, you know, everything that you do, responsibility towards the brands that you market, the people that are working for you, and the customers, I think, to make them a family and make them feel they're at home. I think these are points, but they're very traditional, and that's what we've been taught for a very long time. Can we take a few questions? Okay, cool. Thank you so much, guys, for listening to us. And thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us for this event. Can we please have a group picture? I would request the photographers, and let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Now, let's move ahead. The next panel discussion is on building and maintaining brand authenticity strategies for the digital era. And this particular panel is sponsored by Shyam Metallics. So can we please have the AV?
I'm ever Salman, कुछ लोग मुझे टाइगर भी कहते हैं. Harding, टाइगर, सब लोग मुझे टाइगर कहते हैं. ये SCL टाइगर, TMT रीबार. Experts से टाइगर बॉन्ड कहते हैं. ये बॉन्ड छूटता नहीं. ये बॉन्ड टूटता नहीं. SCL टाइगर TMT रीबार में ताकत बेमिसाल और इसका एडवांस ड्रिप टेक्नोलॉजी लगे सीमेंट से बॉन्ड सालों साल. इसे कहते हैं टाइगर बॉन्ड. इन दीवारों में टाइगर रहता है. SCL टाइगर TMT रीबार.
So this panel is being chaired by this panel is being chaired by Mr. Gulrez Alam, Managing Director, Teamology, Softech and Media Services. Can we please give him a huge round of applause? And along with him in the panel, we have Mr. Vidyut Nath, Senior General Manager, Brand Shyam Metallics and Energy, Ms. Preetha Simlai Shah, Head ECM West Bengal and Tata Steel Group Companies, Mr. Pulkit More, Senior Branch Manager, Engage IDC. We also have with us Mr. Sandeep Shah, Regional Marketing Manager, East Dabur, India. And we have with us Ms. Sharbuni Bhattacharya, Vice President, Corporate Communications, Corporate Affairs, and CSR, Merlin Group. Can we please give the entire panel a huge round of applause?
Hello, everyone. So I'm Gulrez, co-founder of Teamology and Softech and Media Services. I'm into digital PR and SEO campaigns. So here we are going to discuss about building and maintaining brand authenticity strategies in digital era. So building a brand is a long-term and a continuous process with your target audience with a right channel of communications. Building brand, there will be some strategies and effective ROIs into that, but maintaining brand authenticity is very challenging task. So we have Vidyut Nath, Senior General Manager, Brand Shyam Metallics and Energy. We have Pritha Shamlia Saha, Head Content, West Bengal and Tata Steel Group of Companies. We have Pulkit More with us, Senior Brand Manager, Engage ITC. We have Sandeep Saha, Regional Marketing Manager, East Dabur, and Surbani Bhattacharya, Vice President, Corporate Communications and Corporate Affairs and CSR Merlin Group. So as we here to discuss about the brand authenticity and maintaining the brand image, I would like to ask Mr. Pritha Samlia Saha for how we can understand brand identity and factors contributed for its formations.
Thank you, Gulrez. Good evening to everybody or the rest who are present here. We've been constantly losing audience because of the timelines, I guess. Brand identity is something I don't think can be spoken of in a very short span of time, and it's not also made over a short span of time. So for Tata Steel, we had 116 years of making the brand identity. But having said so, it has a few core values to it. The reason a brand identity is important is because for us, we feel that is the differentiating factor in the consumer's mind, which makes them choose a Tata Steel and not any other company. It's also a differentiating factor where my core values come into play, my core values of integrity, sustainability, innovation. All of that comes into play when I speak of a brand identity. A brand identity is also made by definitely heritage and history. And for us, we can say that these core values or these sustainability measures haven't come up today. They've been with us from the time we founded the brand, from 1907. They also are the customer's perception. How do I treat my customer? And with this, I just don't mean my internal customer or my external customer. I mean both. So we are a 77,000 plus customer base of internal stakeholders. So that is also creating a brand identity for them where they proudly say, I am Tata Steel, or I am a Tata, I am backed by a bigger brand, which is the Tata Group. And of course, my innumerable external stakeholders. Being from the B2B section, a brand identity becomes much more important for us because we don't do much of advertisements per se in the mass advertisement module that we all have all been hearing of. Influencers are also difficult to find. Reporters are also difficult to find because steel beat के बहुत कष्ट होने से एक reporter मिलता है एक जगह पे. So to create that brand identity and to retain it is extremely important, not just for us, for anybody. CSR comes into it. I would also say grievance redressal mechanism. A lot of things make this brand identity. We've been lucky that we've had constant trust associated with our name. We've had integrity, we've had innovation, we've had products, and the product ranges have increased as we've come from 1907 to 2023. And we've been backed by a very strong leadership, which has been able to keep the brand identity of Tata Steel intact across ups and downs. So a lot of companies would have faced the first down with the COVID, but steel, as you all know, is a very cyclical business. So we've been seeing the cyclical ups and downs for years now, and we've retained our brand identity with that. Having said so, the Tata Group was recently judged top 5 in global brands all across, and Tata Steel was also judged as the 3rd most recognizable brand, which is a huge thing for a brand in a very unique and specific segment of metals and minerals. So to have achieved that, definitely I feel the brand identity work that has gone in has been huge for the company. And this is something I feel every company needs to invest in, because the better your brand identity, the easier for you to be relevant and be there in the market for a longer period of time. Thank you.
So adding to this, I would love to know from Mr. Sandeep Shah why storytelling is important for marketing and how we can target our audience through multiple channels?
Good evening, everyone. Storytelling, when you talk about storytelling, every marketer, the first thing they say, I'm a storyteller. And you don't need to be a marketer. The first storyteller in everybody's life is the mother or the grandmother. But to taking one of the lines from one of the brands of Dabur, ye baat kuch hajam nahi hui. The moment I say ye baat kuch hajam nahi hui, and I stop for a couple of seconds, some stories must have come to your memories. When it talks about Hajmola, ye baat kuch hajam nahi hui. There are so many stories that goes back of the mind, and we start connecting. Now, coming from the connecting point, if you don't connect with your audience, if you don't talk about something which they love, now, when you're creating a story, you again talk about a brand called Babool, which says, Subha Babool to din tumhara. We made an ad which talks about from a old lady who, who's having a toothache to a young kid. So there were different genre of people. We wanted to showcase in one communication the different genre of people to connect. Again, a storytelling having the same core of Subha Babool to din tumhara, but at different aspect. Where a young guy goes to meet a young girl and he's, he ensures that he smells good, from his oral smells good. So those things connecting in different age group, that matters when you're creating a story. Recently, I'll just share, so I handle East region and we wanted to connect to build one of the brands called Honey in Orissa. And when we talk about Orissa festivity, how to connect with people, the first festival that comes to the mind, which is Rath, which recently happened. But we went deep inside. We went to understand our consumer more, because when you're talking or you're telling a story, you need to understand your consumer, what they want to listen or what they want to hear or what they want to see. Are they able to connect? Are they able to relate? And if they're able to connect and relate, then only they will start liking you, loving you, adopting you, being, a brand equity for you. So we went beyond, we did our insight, and we got to find out that something called Pana Sakranti that happens in Orissa, core Orissa value. We even went on to read that, in Orissa, people make Pana, Bel Sharbat, and they go to harvesting. That is how the rituals are. And that Bel Sharbat is because it's built up with immunity. And Dabur, most of the brands talked about immunity, whether it's Shaman Prash or honey. So what we did, we went on to talk to people who are big influencers or big powerhouses in agencies who came on board with us with an insight that let's make Pana with honey, and converted honey into Bhalo Mitha, which is like Bhalo Misti or better sugar kind of a thing. And then we thought, how will we do it? Should we do it in a Odia language and give a subtitle? The agency suggested, no, sir, don't give a subtitle. Odia wale logo jinko dekhna hoga na, wo usi mein hi dekhenge. So, and then we thought, how will we connect? Because it's a very old tradition, very core values. But this campaign got an organic view of 3.5 million. And Orissa, again, is a very low populated state. So those kind of stories, which brings, again, when you don't connect with your consumers, there are different, as a lot of panels, they talk about influencer marketing. A lot of panels, and I heard Promita speaking about outdoor. I heard other people speaking about Gen Zs. So again, different audiences has different mindset. And then comes moment marketing. Every marketers must be, very eager about moment marketing. Aaj kuch hua, kuch dal dete hain. Kal kuch hua, kuch dal dete hain. But then again, moment marketing, when the traffic is high, whether it's outdoor, which Amul does a lot of times, how do you connect? Do you really have the storytelling ability to connect to your audience? Yes, a toothpaste category may be used in a family, but there is a mother, there's a father, there's a daughter, there's a son, or maybe there's a grandmother. How will you create a story which connects to each of the audience, right? There's a core value which holds on to it, and then bring excitement at different genres. Use festivals or using different occasions, different environmental occasions, or even political occasions. So there the role of marketeers comes into play, but yes, keeping the brand authenticity. So when we did Pana Sakranti is a very pure subject. People take it as a very purity. So we connected with honey, which talks about, purity, pure honey, 100% pure honey. So keeping our authenticity of purity at the core value, we wanted to engage with a particular set of audience, जिसके बारे में कोई बात ही नहीं करता. We were the only brand on air during Pana Sakranti in Odisha. So even we got a mail from the Odisha government, thank you for doing such kind of an activity. And I was applauded for that also in my company, and a lot of my fellow people have talked about. So those kind of an activity or those kind of a campaign as marketeers, storytellers will bring you more closer to the people. They start accepting you as a brand, as one of your family members or one of your close ones. That brings the love connect. And again, if you don't think from a consumer point of view, you cannot be a storyteller. Thank you.
Adding to your points, like as you're handling ease, like many brands are not adapting digitally like the North they are into. So what is your thought about that? Like how we can encourage digital in East India when it comes to brand
East,
like this?
Northeast. So okay, so Northeast. This I was talking at the back. Northeast is the hub where whatever you bring there, वो बिक जाएगा. It will be sold. People will accept you, and it will accept you in a way कि आपको पहुंचाना पड़ेगा वहाँ माल. So the logistic issues. But a recent data, I'll just tell you, we do a internal data plus an external data also. Northeast, the consumption, TV consumption and the TV penetration is nearly 89%. Digital consumption is 78%. So even we are shifting our money from regional channel to local cables to cater to places like Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Manipur. Recently, Manipur, we are not the media isolated completely because of political issues, but we have shifted to local cables because वहाँ पे ना dish पहुँचना बहुत मुश्किल है. So local cables we are using it, and we are doing a lot of digital and influencer led, YouTube channels led, because YouTube is very high. People consume a lot of YouTubes, and the best there is an insight. So most of the people have a lot of cars in Northeast. If you go to Northeast, smaller cars are big because they fly down from the hills, go back to their work. So, and when they go, though there's a driver, the rest of the people sitting in the car, they have only mobile phone in hand. Because they don't have any other. तो उनके लिए हमारे लिए जो scenery है, जो beauty है, उनके लिए वो regular things है, right? So similarly, and they love to connect and they love to consume media which is core to their language. Today we know that as one of Polemy rightly said that earlier, one ad was made and then it regionally would dub ho jata hai. I got a chance in the last 1.5 years to make at least 5 communication in 6 different languages. One for हम बोलते हैं कि Northeast is just Assam. No, it's not Assam and Assamese. It's about a lot of languages. There's a local language called Pihi, which is said in Manipur. Very less people know. So understanding. So again, how will you reach to them? It's about TV. They think that TV is the mass medium. But again, as I just mentioned about the data, digital is something which is rising. Again, if you see another data, the highest number of youngsters, as they say, less than 30 years of age, is more in Northeast. Right? They are into concert, festivals, outdoors. Still, so those kind of data and those kind of an insight helps us to shift a lot of media budget from TV to local cables and as well as digital. So digital is a very high consumption. In fact, it's more than Bengal over there.
Thanks, Sandeep. So Polkit is heading a very interesting brand engage. So we would love to know like how we can build and maintain brand authenticity through influencer collaboration, and how UCG along with brand content can drive authenticity into it.
Thanks, Gudrez. Good evening, everyone. So from selfies to collaboration, in today's digital world, I feel brands and influencers
are a perfect match made in the hashtag heaven, right? So I'll just give 3 tips how we can actually strengthen this match. So whenever we talk about influencers, the first thing that comes to our mind is 1 million followers, 5 million followers, 15 million followers, and so on. While audience size and reach is important, as marketeers, we sometimes get too obsessed with it. It's also important to actually evaluate other metrics like engagement rates, the style of the content an influencer brings on the table. And most importantly, is he or she able to drive conversations with his teaching? So that is also very important when we choose any influencer for a brand partnership. The second is, as marketeers, again, while there are important brand guidelines, but we shouldn't micromanage an influencer. We should give them their creative freedom to integrate whatever brand or product we are planning to endorse in their innate style, in their innate content form. Because they know their audience best, they know what will work with their audience, what will give them higher engagement, and we shouldn't become too biased or carried away as marketeers with our products or our brands. And the third is believe in the power of local influencers. We may be surprised that the power of local regional influencers, even with less follower count, can do wonders for our brand to build credibility in that particular geography or area we want to focus. Right. Coming to the next pillar, which is the UGC, user-generated content. What UGC helps us is to actually foster a community and add that layer of authenticity with the community. So we should actually encourage users to give testimonials or videos or statics for that matter, integrating our brand. And what we can actually do it with the best UGC, we can actually portray it on our websites or on our social media handles or offline marketing activities and platforms as well. I'll give you an example from the brand I handle. So for the longest time, the fragrances as an industry talked about visual thirst traps or deos to make women drool. Engage as a brand is positioned around playful romance between a couple. So we broke the clutter and we launched this one-of-a-kind UGC campaign to invite young writers to share their micro tales of love. And the best entries was then curated into a book, which was done in collaboration with one of the best-selling romance authors, Durjoy Datta. And this is the 4th edition of the campaign. So what actually helped us as a brand is that it helped us build a vibrant community of young writers and gave a new lens to the industry as well when we talked about fragrances as a category. And one more thing it did is, it was not a one-time campaign. It was a sustainable brand asset, which till date we are continuing with evolving digital needs or themes as we go on ahead in the digital ladder. Finally, coming to the power of content, just one of the things which brands can actually leverage is giving consumers the behind the scene experiences. It could be about the manufacturing, the production process, or the day-to-day operations. It just gives that layer of credibility and authenticity of what goes into making that brand or product. I'll just give you a small example of Ashirwad and how in their communication of Atta, they actually leverage the entire manufacturing process of what goes into making those fluffy chapatis which we get, right? So these things are some of the things which actually can help any brand or marketer build authenticity with their audience in the ever-evolving digital landscape. Thank you.
Great explanations. So coming to the next, to Sarbani Bhattacharya, why transparent communication is important while building and maintaining brand authenticity?
Yeah. Transparency is utmost important because brand authenticity is actually the pillar on which a brand is built. And for that, to build trust, transparent communication is the key. And transparent as well as sustainable communication is the key for building brand authenticity. I come from a real estate background, that is Merlin group of companies. So when it comes to real estate, the transparency in communication is extremely important, as the buyers they are taking a very important decision of maybe the lifetime decision for buying their flat, their dream home. So in that scenario, the communication when we make through our brochures, through our marketing collaterals, even through press releases, that should give a clear picture, clarity to the country, to the prospects who are thinking of buying the projects. So, for example, just to give you an example, a lot of real estate companies give advertisement in the newspapers or in digital news media regarding the location, because the location actually determines the price of the property. So if you, like for example, if you have given that the project location is 5 minutes away from metro station, then it should be 5 minutes away. It should not be like, but when the customer comes to the site and sees that it's actually not 5 minutes, it's actually 15 or 20 or half an hour even. So then that creates lack of trust. So in real estate, trust is a very important factor. And for real estate players like Marlene, that stands for trust for the last 4 decades. And we always deliver in time, we commit, we commit and we keep our commitment, and that gives a trust. As far as communication, transparent communication goes, since I am from public relations background, and I handle several brands of Marlene, that are not only real estate, but also malls, then resorts and social clubs. There we have to be in constant touch with the customers, prospects through digital media. And there we use influencers on a regular basis. We use regular content, giving highlighting the offers of the mall or the resorts, different, and the content has to be like, we also give the customers a lot of opportunities to interact. And we also use user-generated content and testimonials, because testimonials is what people believe, the seeing is believing. So we use that also. And as far as real estate is concerned, during pandemic, we have utilized a lot of digital media. The virtual reality, AR and VR is utilized for, because those still, I believe that people still goes to the place, site, and before taking the final decision as a big decision, buying a home. But still, during pandemic, we utilize that digital media, and that right now, Marlene is going digital very much in terms of communication. And apart from that, regarding sustainable communication and transparent communication, I feel CSR is a very important tool for brands to communicate to the generation, to the customers, even Generation Z, that they are very much, they prefer those brands that are connected with the social cause. So, for example, for Marlene, what we have done, though we are in the real estate space, the construction creates pollution. But still, what we have done, we have taken up a project in the field of environment involving waste management. It's an integrated waste management project. We have collaborated with an NGO that's name is Kolkata Society for Cultural Heritage. And that organization helps us in working in a residential plot where they have engaged self-help group people, and they collected waste, solid non-biodegradable waste, and then they underwent some training, and they convert those waste into reuse products. And those products are now being showcased in zero waste shop in Newtown. So this way we have this Marlene is now known as a company which is also conscious about the environment and the impact of environment and sustainability. Recently, we did a workshop with Jadavpur University, where the Department of Architecture, they did a workshop on building habitats for the birds. And there, our waste products collected by the self-help group women in that Newtown project, that was that they used in building birds habitat, and that it gained huge like positive media coverage, and which I believe that that builds lot of brand authenticity.
Just adding to your point, like you're talking about something influencer things. So in a real estate category, there are very few influencers available as of now. Then how you, as a PR professional, you choose the right one?
In a real estate, actually, frankly speaking, we have not utilized much real estate influencers, but sometimes we used influencer like Bong Guy we used for one of our projects. But frankly speaking, real estate influencers are not much, not many in Calcutta. Mostly they are national. So we have utilized a few only, depending on the popularity. And for malls, we use lifestyle fashion influencers and sometimes celebrities as well.
Great, great. So heading to the last one. So Mr. Vidyut Nath, like, can you please tell us how can a brand ensure that its visual branding accurately represents its authenticity, identity, and resonates with the target audience?
Well, target audience is something, for all of us is a big question all the time, who exactly we would like to target, who are our audience, again, bucketing them, I've been in telecom long back, we used to have ₹10 customer, ₹20 customer, ₹30 customer who used to recharge. And you used to think that, ₹10 customer will recharge ₹20 next time, and how do we influence them? So it's always a challenge in the market when you are communicating with your visual presence that, which target audience will react in which way seeing your advertisement or whatever visual communication that you are putting across. So it is not just a challenge, but then it is also a matter of research and always being innovative, because even if we see a hoarding for 21 days, after 21 days, it becomes a blank spot. We don't look at it anymore. So what is next? So in digital domain, it is even more rampant because every day, as we know that, as we scroll, it is just few seconds that you take for creative to, register in your mind. So what visual would you provide, and for which audience, what kind of elements would you include in that visual is a continuous process of research that goes on, within the brand team, which is, working hard at the back. So the key is customization, it is absolutely customization which works. You have to, like I just said, telecom days used to bucket each of the consumer segment. Similarly, when you have, so much of a audience to target to, right from, as we say in our company, ore to metal, we deal in ore as well as in metals, in finished goods. So this is a segment wherein we are dealing B2B. There is a segment where we dealing B2C. So what communication or what visual or what content would work for the B2B segment? Of course, it differs from the audience who is sitting at the B2C level. And then there is B2B2C, the influencer category in between, who would again become the flag bearer for the end consumer, the primary, I'm talking about the secondary players here, who would influence them, buy this and buy that. So again, what sort of communication you provide to them, that's again a big question. So it's the first-hand communication that we give to the primary consumers, dealer distributors, then the secondary ones who is retailing probably our product or talking about it, and the last, the end consumer segment. We used to study long back in our education. India has 3 set of consumers. The first, first set of consumers immediately adapts whatever it comes in the market. They are the first one to adapt. Okay, let's try, let's buy. Second category is, okay, he has bought or she has bought, let me try. Try kiya to ja sakta hai, dekhte hain. And the last set of audience, which is the biggest in the country, is it is not want, it is the need based. Whether I need it, whether it suits my pocket,
whether I have already, have a choice. So if you are a new brand and you are, competing with the leaders in the industry, then again, it's a challenge that the same set of audience, how we are communicating, how we are making a different visual or different content altogether. So it is all about customization today in digital era. It is even more, every minute, every day, whatever post you create, whatever communicate, even in as simple as a WhatsApp circulation. If you are not apt enough to ensure that your target audience understands your communication or resonates with it, what am I messaging him? Then you are gone. All of your efforts goes to drain. It simply doesn't work. So it is innovation, customization, and that continuous research behind it which works. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Danny, very brilliant. I think we have to finish here. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us for the panel discussion. May I request for the group picture? Thank you so much. Let's give them a huge round of applause. So with this, we have come towards the last panel discussion of the evening. And thank you so much for the lovely audiences who have stayed with us throughout the day. Please clap for yourself for such amazing dedication. So now let's move ahead and the last panel discussion is about Wow Talks, Rising East, the new generation fueling the next growth. And this particular session is powered by Wow Momos. So can we please have the AV? So we are cutting it short because that is making all of us very hungry. So let's move towards the panel discussion. As you can already see on the session chair here with us is Mr. Murali Krishnan, co-founder and CMO, Wow Momo Foods. And along with him, let me invite our panel on stage, Mr. Yash Sorangi, co-founder, Kisha Apparels, Ms. Aishwarya Vishwas, founder Auli, and Mr. Kaushik Banerjee, co-founder and CEO Flutter. Can we please give all of them a huge round of applause?
Finally, we come to that session where there are more panelists than people sitting listening to us. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Kaushik. Good evening, Aishwarya. Good evening, Yash. We are startups. So from B2B, B2C, B2B2B, B2B2BC, now we are D2C, right? And we are going to make this really short. We're going to make this snappy, and the bar will be open soon. So, Kaushik, I'll first take this opportunity to, I want to understand that when this idea came to you, when this idea struck, what was the first, who were the first who believed in the idea? And who were the first set of people to say no to it? Because I realized this is the biggest irony of startup. Like first time we believe that this is the best idea in the world. And there are 20 people coming and telling you, "Yaar, tum pagal hai." Like it happened to Sagar when he started off. People said that, "Momo, tum pagal hai." And then the second thing which happened when we went to Chennai, I still remember, people were saying that you're going bonkers, why are you going to Chennai? And Chennai today is our second biggest market, right? It's 65 outlets, doing more than what a 90 outlet city Delhi would do. That's the difference. That's the power of brand. So who were the first set of people who said no, and what gave you that conviction? No, this is it. This is the idea.
Okay, so a little backstory on this. So I was in the corporate world and 30 years in the corporate world. And my son, who's sitting in the audience, he passed out of St. Years and he got an admission to Alliance Manchester Business School. COVID struck, he couldn't go. So he said, let me do a startup. Right. So I said, fine. So what do you want to do? So he's 24 years, that time he was 22 years old. So he and a couple of his 22-year-old guys came, did some research, came back and said, we want to open a dating app. So I said, won't work. Right. Too many dating apps in the country, don't waste my time. So they went back, they went into small towns of Bengal during COVID time, came back and said, we want to open a vernacular dating app. Okay, so that I said, yes, that has merit because India has 500 million youth in the 18 to 30 years age group who don't speak English. And because of the geo effect, which you see, and plummeting smartphone prices, today every small little town has women in, ripped jeans and t-shirt with a smartphone in hand. Only thing is she can't speak English. Okay, so she has the same aspirations as the girl in Pedder Road or Alipur. But again, she can't speak English. So she wants a romantic partner, he wants a romantic partner, but they want to do it in their own language. So the fact that gave me conviction was, if you look at Google search in India, 82% of the searches are in the vernacular language. Okay, so obviously there's a huge market for vernacular language play in India, and that will remain so for the next 15, 20 years. So that was what gave me conviction. Okay, right. And okay, no. So when we started pitching the idea to investors, maybe 30, 40 no's before somebody said yes. So yeah, one. If you're an entrepreneur, you have to get used to no's. But to me, a no is not a no. I say a no means next opportunity. Come back to him after 6 months, say, this is what I've built, these are my attractions, now will you invest? So that's what.
Guys, no is not no is next opportunity. That's rising east, right? So we are all the panelists here are building the next East story, because East has always given the best to the country. So, and we are here to become the next big thing in East. Aishwarya, too much of clutter, a lot of things happening in the entire cosmetics world, but there is this strong need, strong aspiration which we are seeing. Brands, Indian born brands are shining and doing great, right? So tell us your story. Tell us what inspired you, and what is that wow moment in your life which you realize that this is it.
I think it's innately built in me to propagate education about anything which is so close to you, like skincare. It is your greatest asset, your face. We don't give it any protection because there is no clothes on your face. It's the largest organ. The skin is the largest organ of our body. All these things are true. But if I asked how many of us wear sunscreen, it would be less than 10%. And sunscreen alone can solve 99% of your skincare problems. So the thought was to educate first. Products were there, yes. We had 4 products. We started with 4 products. Now we are at 40 products. But never did any brand, I feel, they did have influencers, they did have, brand face, but didn't have a core value that I'm going to first take you through the education about skincare, and then kind of put a product in front of you. So we didn't want to get into that race here. It happened later when and that is when we realized a strange thing, that where the industry standard to come back and repurchase is less than 5% across the country, we had a 75% repeat customer rate. So that didn't happen because only the product was great. Yes, exceptional product. We put in a lot of effort to keep a quality standard, like if Forest Essential quality will give at maybe, at a much, 1/3 price of that. So that was a conviction on the product, but they came back because we taught them what to do with it. And I think that value system runs in the entire organization, and we all take it very seriously to educate first and then handhold and see this people keep coming back to the.
Brilliant. I think this is the honest company of East. Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm really inspired by the brand Honest Company. So first brand to say no to put the name of the brand in the front of the pack and rather put ingredients in the front of the pack. It's a absolutely purpose-led. You are education first brand, which means you believe that it's important for the consumers to understand what to do with sunscreen. Then let them have a choice whether they want us to buy, want us try us or try someone else.
I have been told this also. पढ़ाओगी तो माल किसी और का बिक जाए.
Wow.
I said बिकने दीजिए. मतलब one day, see, anyway, we are very like fickle when it comes to our skincare. आज ये लगाना है, कल वो लगाना है. That's why there are so many of us, right?
Yeah.
If we had loves of our lives, if we met through the dating app the love of our life, then we wouldn't change partners so often. So skincare is a partner, right? My skincare is my partner, and my partner needs to be forever. That nobody is giving. Everyone is giving you just one more choice on your shelf. We are giving you your lifelong partner.
Brilliant. I would want Yash, not joining your father's business, yet trying to do something in the vicinity of his business. Pseudo, competitiveness. You are in a way competing with your dad. But maybe he must have not told you, but you must have felt, kahin na kahin to inko lagta hai ki main inka competition hu. But amazing, journey. Starting from a single room to now you have a beautiful 4-storied office. How does it feel? And tell us, what is that wow moment in your life where you felt that, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life?
So the journey has been amazing, right? As Kaushikta also faced the rejections earlier in life, right? So when I wanted to launch ethnic wear as a main foray and then get into the digital domain, back in 2015 when we launched, e-commerce, the India was still grasping with e-commerce, right? And at that moment when I had a thought of selling ethnic wear through e-commerce, everyone around me was against it, that, you're doing a conventional business in an unconventional medium, right? Chances of success are slim, right? And the same feeling was with my dad, right? That he was like, tum dukaan pe aao, gaddi pe baitho, wahan dhanda karo, better hai, right? What you're trying to do is something completely unheard of, uncalled for. I think that was what was driving me to get into this space, right? And so when we launched, in 2015, the overall supply was only 1,000 designs in the market, right? And today that supply has moved to close to 30,000 designs, right? So the market's evolved, we've evolved with that, right? And I think the moment when, I actually had the wow feeling in life was when I got to know that, on various marketplaces, e-com platforms, we were doing business better than people like BlackBerry, Louis Philippe, but House of Pataudi, Manyavar, right? Comparing to all the stellar brands in the domain, the moment where we could do better numbers and better, consumer traction, right? And when we got to know that we were driving around 25% repeat user base in an online marketplace medium, right? That is what instilled that we are on the right path, approaching the right set of consumers with, solving their core needs, right? So I would just pick what Kaushikta mentioned, that, every small town has people in ripped jeans and, all kinds of, so everyone has a very individualistic taste today, right? So what we wanted to do was to, capture that taste of the Gen Z that, so just small data point, right? Like the pink color has always been associated to women, right? It's not a men's color, right? But we took the bold step of launching, a complete range of pink, from pink dhotis to pink kurtas. And today our pink dhoti sells more than a white dhoti, right? That's the power of the Gen Z. That's the power of what people really want.
See, this is what I'm saying is absolutely what entrepreneurs do. They they don't really ask why, they ask why not. That's what that's what pushed me from being a corporate jobber to, to get into this entrepreneurial journey. Kaushikda, you have been at the helm of what we call mecca of media in living. You are basically, today everyone's talking. I'm telling them, I personally feel that you were the one who instilled digital feeling in Anandabajar Putrika. How does it feel to become the most powerful person of one of the media houses to a startup again, and possibly knock at various doors, and possibly those friends who were your best of friends who always looked up to you and said that KB, you are everything, not picking up the phone on you. That happens to us, right? We are not backed by everyone, but our struggles are our mentors. How does that feeling work? I'm keeping a little, brand and brand building away. I feel this session should be about the journey that we don't talk every. That's what motivates me.
Interesting question. So yes, I was the vice president, and of course, that time ABP was a very powerful house, and but I mean, people are, there are two kinds of people. There are people like Anchon who are sitting in the audience who are a great friend, and there are people who are great friends with your chair. Okay, so you have to understand who's a friend of your chair and who's your friend, right? So you need to understand that difference even when you're sitting in a powerful chair. So so when I started my entrepreneurial journey, I knew who were my real friends and who were friends for the VP chair. Okay, right. So I did not go knocking on those doors. I went knocking on those doors who were my friends. And yes, you have to keep ego aside. And anyway, ego is not a very positive thing to have, because ego is a function of maybe temporary power that you have or a temporary position that you have. What is more important in life, especially when you're starting an entrepreneurial journey, is how many lives you're impacting positively. So if you, I mean, I like to say to myself, when I die, how many people will genuinely turn up at my funeral? And that is to me, the measure of success rather than anything else.
Really, Aishwarya, I'll come back to you about only one. When you were, when you were talking about educating, right? How important it is to basically speak their language. So when I'm sure you do vernacular videos and you have. So tell us about that. How strong do you feel that the consumer connect is very important? Because all these, Western world videos which we see, I never relate to it. Or no, I've spoken to so many people. No, none of them relate to it.
Agreed.
So having that, and second is, did you ever feel that no, I need a celeb to come and endorse my brand, and celeb has to leave?
I am the only celeb for my brand, and it's working. We've tried to do this many times. Tried to get influencers. We've tried to get, I know quite a decent number of actresses here. They're very good friends, models, stars, influencers, but it's never worked. It's always, and I think I kind of, मैंने ही बिगाड़ा है. The entire 2 years of COVID, I sat in front of my, phone, and I went on talking and made content worth thousands of hours. And pre-COVID to post-COVID, we made our first orbit change. So while everyone was thinking, "Yaar, kya hoga?" we are here struggling to fulfill the demands only because we made that effort. When people were listening, we were giving them content to listen to. And what happened during COVID is that first time we all picked up that Bitsy tablet for ourselves. कि खुद को पहले देखना है, उसके बाद किसी और को देखेंगे. And people were ready to listen to what are the ways where we can make our lives better, skin better, hair better, body better. So I think at that point in time, I was the only option for the team. And we did try that. And in the West, like you said, I think all brands are represented by somebody at the core of the brand. In our country, however, I don't know any founders now. Lately, Deepika Padukone maybe for her brand, but other than that, I have barely seen any skincare founders coming out there and saying, "मैंने लगाया, तुम भी लगाओ." So I always say that I'm my own guinea pig.
the only animal that has been tested on is me. And so these are the kind of ways to kind of, I have tried to reach out to customers and it has helped. The minute they know that our entire life goal, like he said, he wants to be remembered as somebody who made a dent. My life goal is also exactly the same. If I make sure that one person in this room today converts to a lifelike sunscreen user, I will be very happy. And every day I need to convert people into the science of skincare, one person at a time. Even then it works. So I think that is the thing. And to answer the question about face for the brand, then yes, of course, that's a standard process, which maybe some more couple of rounds later, when there will be we'll be maybe told, yaar le lo. So then we'll think about it, but the essence even then will be the same, ki padhana hai aapko. And then we take it forward.
So this is what beautiful thing about startups, and we don't say a couple of years later, we say a couple of rounds later. And coming back to that point, which is beautifully, I think this entire setup is setting very well. Completely bootstrapped, 2015 to 2023, not taking a penny from anyone. In fact, I know my investors chasing him and coming to Sagar saying that please convince him to take money, but he's not taking money. How does that feel? Because in this industry, and he's got, by the way, the lowest returns in the industry, which is outstanding. How does it feel? Say no to money.
It feels empowering, right? Because where everyone is actually chasing a check, right? We are not chasing check because we feel that we need partners for the long-term vision and not to fund our short-term capital requirement, right? And having said that, because we've been obsessed with our consumers, right, trying to solve their problems, and the community's been really helpful, right, in giving us handsome profits, right, buying at a steeper price compared to others, right, making us afloat. And I think round is something we would want to get into that circle when we are exploding throughout the country, right, from a retail footprint, right. Right now, we want to focus on our digital footprint because the world right now is digital first, right? No matter if someone buys anything offline, but they consume that product online, right? The first know-how for anyone and everyone is, going on Google, searching about the product, knowing it, and then maybe going to a store to buy. Correct. So I think this is the essence of it.
Kaushikda, again, very, very inspiring story. How do you keep up with a team of so much of youngsters around you? Do you feel is there a FOMO?
Yeah, so if you come to our office,
I've virtually seen the entire office.
Yeah, so
I'm amazing young team. How does it feel?
Yeah, so I'm the dad of the office at 54-year-old, and everybody else is below 27, 28. The tech team is between 25, 26. So it feels good, I mean, the good thing is the youngsters bring a lot of energy and enthusiasm into their work. And one of the things we pride ourselves at Flutter is on our team dynamics and our team culture, and the kind of culture that we have been able to build. So it feels great to work with these youngsters. And one of the things we have instituted in our company is that the best ideas can come from anywhere. I mean, it can be a marketing guy giving some idea about tech, or even a finance guy giving some idea about marketing. So we have team meetings every day in the morning. It's great to see these young faces who are there out to conquer the world. So as my son said, when he came back with the idea, he said, I don't have gray hairs, so you be the CEO and run finance function, corporate strategy and funding. And we'll do figure out how the 22-year-old dates a 23-year-old. So that's the equation.
Great. Aishwarya, very, very, I've been reading a lot about it in the past few. How do you guys actually work on new products? What is the intel you guys get? And again, I'm asking this question is we are startups. We don't plunge money into researches. For us, it is gut, more gut than research papers or white papers. How do you guys believe that this is the product which you should move into, nudge with next?
So because we do a lot of educating, we have this entire channel, which is the customer facing channel. So there are 10 girls who are all educated in skincare and cosmetology, and they speak to at least 200 customers in a day. So that's their only job, to speak to customers, ask them about their skincare problems, their journey, their free consultations, all that we provide for free. So the most important place where we get information is the customer, because we speak to almost 2000 in a day, and that over a period of time, we get new, old customers, some people who've been buying for last 5 years. So those people give their thoughts and ideas. We get a lot of, we do a little bit of, also understanding of what are the active ingredients trending in the world. Like we, for example, launched a retinol serum this year, which was there, the formulation was ready last year. But if we didn't drop it this year, we would be left behind because that time retinol was not trending. So for example, and this is also not even, it's a mistake that we've made. We dropped the first hyaluronic acid and vitamin C serum of the country in 2018. We were that ahead of the curve. 2018 pre-COVID, HA and vitamin C. People didn't even know how to pronounce hyaluronic acid. Even today, today, I think everywhere I look, I see hyaluronic acid and I see Vitsy. And here is our little Power of C bottle winking at me saying that I'm still at $12.99 and selling, whereas you get one at $2.99 on Amazon. So yeah, so customers.
Amazing. Staying ahead of the curve, listening, again, is such an important tool for startups. I think most of the innovations which we have done is through listening, and I keep telling people that we are the ones who chase the biggest small change, because there is nothing called the big change in retail or in the world anymore. It's about the biggest small change and cumulative that small changes that actually create the big effect. So Yash, my another very personal, since I know you very personally, how are you guys managing your marketing funnel? How do you guys, because I know that you guys spend very frugal and you guys chase repeats. You are not available at discount anytime, right? You guys don't believe in discounts. So how is your marketing funnel working? And what is your advice to those startups who don't have money to spend on marketing? Also, I don't have money to spend on marketing.
So when it comes to the marketing funnel that we work on, right? So we've always been frugal, right? Like completely bootstrapped from day one, focusing on profitability. So we've never had a lot of money to spend on, ROI campaigns and everything, right? So our core focus is ultimately what does a campaign do, right? It gets us eyeballs, right? So our core focus is how do we create small cohorts, say, for example, if prints are trending, right? So we create a cohort for prints, push different mediums in which blog content so that people are getting to know about it and grabbing eyeballs. That's the first stage of the funnel. So instead of spending on the ad promoting it, we try and create content which engages people to come onto our platforms and look at the product, right? And then the second biggest factor which comes in is conversion. Right. So driving conversion is not a function of spending money. Right? Driving conversion, in my opinion, is, cracking the product which the consumer actually wants. Right. Marketing can only grab eyeballs. Conversion is our success of, trying to factor in what the consumer wants and actually delivering it. Right. So these are the two core things that we focus on. Right. And that helps us drive the ROIs that are far better than, deep discounting and going deep on ad budgets, because ultimately that's short-lived, right? Repeats is something which comes in the moment we have the eyeballs glued to us. So I'll just add to this, right? So we went to NIFT recently last week for hiring, and I was pleased because I'm not a Niftian, I'm a chartered accountant by education. And so I was just having a conversation with a professor out there, and I was surprised to know that she had 5 of our Kissa bags. So every product that we sell comes with a, handloom cotton bag, something which stays with the consumer. So being someone who's a NIFT faculty and, has 5 bags of ours, that means that's a repeat purchase. So someone coming from who understands the integrities of every fabric and designs, if I'm being able to convert that consumer into 5 repeated purchases, I think my marketing job is done there.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Koshika, again, similar question. Very important to educate the masses about this entire vernacular app. How do you look at marketing fund?
Okay, so in our business, there are basically 4 stages. One is the acquisition, then there's engagement, then is retention, and then finally you make the customer pay. So talking about the acquisition channel, we have used, we didn't stay, I mean, like Aishal was saying, we never went into celebrities. What we have done instead, and that is very important why we did that, is that dating is still, okay, in the small town, still a taboo, right? So you can't put a Disha Patani in front of the small town girls and say, hey, she's on Flutter, so you join Flutter. So what we had to do was we had to search for our own users who were using Flutter and then make them make videos about us and promote on social media. So when a girl from a small town sees another girl from a small town on Flutter, she says, okay, so I can be on Flutter too. So that's the power of user videos or user testimonials. And to further promote that, we created a campus ambassador network, which is in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns, college influencers who promoted our brand to their peers, batchmates, college mates. And that led to almost for about 37–40% of organic acquisition. So a very low cost, user based, relevant, authentic marketing. That's what we did.
This is the best thing I love about this panel. All of us are believers that you will have to become the brand relevant to the next door. And customer is fueling our growth. But like I keep telling people that we do whenever we get suggestions online and we end up doing that product. I remember we launched Darjeeling Momos. Darjeeling Momo was basically a few customers, around 50 odd customers, suggesting certain kind of momos. We launched that. We went across the country, got them to our offices, did a shoot with them, and the ad basically had mugshot of that 50 people, saying that thanks to our customers, they are our ambassadors. I think that's what we are all believers of here. Aishwarya, how do you fuel growth? What is the growth acquisition channel, or what is that how do you spread awareness?
Mostly, like I said, we focus a lot on informative content. And till about last year, we were also very, very frugal because we didn't have money to kind of spend on marketing. But whatever our customers are, we do a lot of customer testimonials. In fact, we do like every 3 months because we were very east focused till about a year back. After Shark Tank, I think it became almost like a national kind of story overnight, which was great. But we still wanted to keep connected with the customers who are closer to home, the ones who have stayed up with us for the last 4 years. So we do a lot of engagement with them. But now, slowly and steadily, we've started using some influencers. We are not spending a lot of money on influencers, but still picking up influencers who are whose content is also very education driven, not like paid up here, not those kind of situations. We meet them, we give them products to try, they try, and then they give their honest feedback. So we do that, and plus we do our even our ads. If you see, the Oli ads are very information centric, very it's not your traditional big offer and a product. We don't endorse that as such. Like you said, discounts so hum abhi bhi nahi dete. So it's like that, if you buy, and believe me, there was a time when we were not doing so great. And we had shareholders even back then, and they said, yeah, price come karo, you have a lot of margin to pay. So aap discount mein do, they'll buy. And it happened, they did buy for 3 months, but that's it. Then they started waiting for the next discount, ki tab kharidenge. And then there came one day when we said, you know what, 10 channel kar rahe the, 7 channel band karenge, 3 hi karenge. We'll do 3, we'll focus on 3, we'll put in some money in all 3, and we'll stick to that 3, no discounts. And that then I think that was in November till now, we've seen a good 10x growth. Just by cutting short, all the distractions or all the frills, which we as a small team, we were trying to achieve all of that. So we said, no, we're just going to take off of all the extra fatty layers. We just stick to our core 3 pillars, which are one is social media, one is our Amazon, which is the only marketplace that we do, and our own website. And from there on, I think we are 80% of our entire online sales on our own website, which is an unheard of number again, because we focus on that, because we educate. Now they know that ये आदमी extra time लेके ये कर रहा है, free education आपके website में आ रहा है, तो they are coming here and they are paying for that information, and then they are paying full price for a product. And believe you me, there was a time when we couldn't supply to the number of orders we got, and we went in a month later to the customer with the product, and the RTO over there was out 1,500 orders, only 15 pieces came back. And those 1,500 orders, and this is the number that just came up today. So there's something that we are doing.
Right, absolutely. This entire journey cannot be, I keep telling people that it cannot happen without right people. How do you find, and because the topic is rising East and we are born and brought up in East, how do you find difficulty in acquiring talent in East? Do you find difficulty in retaining talent in East? Because East is, I think, poster child of brain drain, right? So, but there are people like me who come back.
Even I came back.
You came back. Yeah,
We all came back.
So how do you activate that? Because that is very critical in our entire growth phase.
So on this, initially when I started off, I had nightmares building the team, because trying to instill, high growth, hyper growth, interactive environments was becoming difficult. People were in a shell, right? But now gradually over the years, what I have realized is, that the youth of Eastern region has changed, right? Now they are more aspiring, more growth oriented, right? And there is an environment where everyone is willing to work towards a common unified goal, right? So what I felt, one thing we did well was getting everyone buying on the same dream that we are living, right? So that is something which unified everyone to, chase it. And if we all, kind of meet those milestones, it's a kick for everyone that, yes, I am adding value to the organization. And second, on the retention bit, what I realized recently that money is not the only motivator to retain people, right? So retention is more about feeling like family, right? There has to be a personal connect with everyone. The person should have a connect with the founding team, with the brand, with the overall their colleagues, right? So there needs to be some engagement, fun. So what we started doing was, a monthly hurdle of educating sessions in this new AI drop, right? So every month there is a small hurdle where any one of us comes and educates everyone else about the latest tool, right? Which we can incorporate in our lives, right? Be it, say Excel formulas, right? Earlier, everyone was chasing each other ki Excel nahi aata sikha do. But now there are tool bots, right? So now that's empowering everyone, and everyone's feeling that, okay, I'm learning more than what I'm getting paid for. Right, that's something which is keeping people motivated to stick to the organization and live the dream together.
Learning is such a critical factor. Kaushika, this will be our last round of question. How much do you feel that youth of today is like Yash mentioned about believing in the dream, and we all had manifestos written in our boardrooms, mission, vision statement and all. But now everything is crumbled down to one single piece of visual and a single line, because that's what the young generation understands. How do you decimate that vision to your, to your team, because you have a lot of Gen Z in your team? And second, do you believe that no, youth of today is not useless, they are useless?
No, I do believe the youth of today have a lot to contribute. I see it in my own company day in and day out. Okay, so it's not only about stating what your vision is, just stating your vision is not the end of everything. So I'll tell you what we did. We know what we are driving at. We have broken that down into a working plan where everybody knows their role within each, their role, how that contributes to the overall vision. And then the third thing which we have done, which I think we are unique in doing so, 17% of my company is held by employees. So if I make wealth, they make wealth too. So that's, so a combination of all these three have really helped us create the team that we have.
Aishwarya, and my last question to you would be, you see Oli today, 5 years down the line, where do you want to take Oli to?
We are starting international next month. So the world is waiting. We are all going to, like they were getting to speak about team, so I'll speak a little bit about team. I think हमने सारे ने MBA कर लिया Oli में बैठ के, है ना? So I think every single person is doing every single thing, and everyone is very committed to add value wherever necessary. Very young, and there's some, of course, there are challenges which are, and even I don't know the answer to that. Like every day I'm also learning. So along with that, they are also learning. And I think, every day is, and we're not afraid to take up these challenges. When one of our investors, he's in Dubai, and he said, you know what, 17 product, these product मैं लेके आऊँगा. So I said, ठीक है, and he gave us list here, कैसे करेंगे, GCC करेंगे, Algeria करेंगे, EU करेंगे, सब बोल दिया. And then there came a barrage of paperwork, and we are looking at it like, इसका करना क्या है? Up now, what to start? And then slowly, I said, really, nobody had any idea, right, of this. But we did, and today, as of today, we are, we've already got our POs in place, and our production is starting, and we are going to be on international water. So I don't know, how far Oli can go. That's like, it's infinity. But this much I can say that, as a team, we will change mindsets of everyone who looks at skincare any differently than what it should be looked at.
Brilliant. Yash, when is the next round raise?
So not anytime soon for sure, right? We are going to build it frugally the way we are, because we are happy with the pace at which we are growing. And we are not chasing the growth of 10x in 1 year, 20x in 2 years, right? We are happy growing 2x also every year, because that's also a lot for us to manage, right? So we are very, very happy the way we are growing, and there's lots already coming our way. Right, so we would want to embrace it and take it as we go.
Brilliant, guys. So this is Rising East, first vernacular dating app of India. Content turned into commerce of India for the first time ever, unheard of. And Yash, he's been a brilliant speaker. He told me that this is going to be my first session, but you're an amazing speaker, dude. You should speak open to people chasing profitability, sitting in East, run for their money to most of the large brands. Brilliant team. This is Rising East. This is Wow East. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Can we please get a group picture of the entire panel? Thank you so much for sharing your inputs. So finally, we have come towards the end of today's session. I would like to thank everyone present here. Thank you for your presence. And also, please do not forget to discuss this event on your social media handles. And as you know, you can tag us on your post @@gully. And please do use hashtags such as CMOs Charcha, CMOs Kolkata chapter, and hashtag Brand Power Unlocked. One last time, ladies and gentlemen, I would request everybody present here to please put your hands together for all of our sponsors for today. CMOs Charcha is presented by Zee Bangla, powered by Telegraph in partnership with the Advertising Club Calcutta. Our gold partners are Hybrid, Sham Metallics, and Wow Momo. Associate partners are Ad Factors PR. Knowledge partner, Interactive Avenues, communication partner, Teamology, OTT partner, Hoichoi, gifting partner, Joy Cosmetics. I hope that everybody really learned a lot today from these sessions. Thank you so much. Let's give a huge round of applause for the team at Gully for organizing the entire thing. Have a wonderful evening ahead. This is Arpita Chaudhary signing off. Can you please have the ladies?
আরে ভেতরে এসো কি করছো তুমি তো নতুন বউ লোকে কি বলবে বসো
যতটা ফর্সা দেখেছিলাম সামনে কিন্তু ততটা নয়
কি আর করেছেন ছেলের পছন্দ বুঝে এসছে এটা আবার কি
ওটা আমার হারমোনিয়াম মা পাঠিয়েছে
সে হোক পলুকে বলে দিচ্ছি ওটা গুদাম ঘরে গিয়ে রেখে আসবে পলু
আমার মা খায় জগৎ
কি আছে শিমুল মিত্র
আমার আলোয় মাখায় জগৎ রঙিন সোনার
এই দেখুন বলি আপনি কিন্তু দুধটা বসিয়ে দিয়ে চলে গেছে আমি না দেখলে তো উঠলে পড়ে একাকার হয়ে যেত
শোনো না আমার গানে স্যার
প্লিজ শিমুল এখন না আমার স্কুলে দেরি হয়ে যাচ্ছে আমি চলি এসে শুনবো না
মনের ভাষা কেউ কি বোঝে বুঝে একা ঘুরে মরে মনের কথা
কি শিমুল আজকেও আমাদের সঙ্গে চা খাবে না বললেই হলো আসছি আমি এক্ষুনি দাঁড়াও আর সাথ সাথ সমোসা ভি খাবো কত বড় একটা সাকসেস এইটুকু সেলিব্রেট না করলে চলে আসছি এক্ষুনি
কি বলছো বলো তো তোমরা আলোয় মাখায় জগৎ মনের ভাষা বোঝে রে কার কাছে কই মনের কথা ৩রা জুলাই থেকে প্রতিদিন সন্ধ্যে ৬:৩০টায় জি বাংলায়
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid DSP, set of programmatic tools for any advertising objectives. Vox, AI vision platform, spearheading innovative and visual advertising formats. Hive, in-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered, human-guided, get a personalized quotation.
हाय मैं हूँ सलमान कुछ लोग मुझे टाइगर भी कहते हैं हार्डिंग टाइगर सब लोग मुझे टाइगर कहते हैं ये SEL टाइगर TMT रिबार एक्सपर्ट्स इसे टाइगर बॉन्ड कहते हैं ये बॉन्ड छूटता नहीं ये बॉन्ड टूटता नहीं SEL टाइगर TMT रिबार में ताकत बेमिसाल और इसका एडवांस ड्रिफ्ट टेक्नोलॉजी रखे सीमेंट से बॉन्ड सालों साल इसे कहते हैं टाइगर बॉन्ड इन दीवारों में टाइगर रहता है SEL टाइगर TMT रिबार
सुबह फ्रेश दिखने के लिए प्रेपरेशन रात को ही करनी पड़ती है सोने से पहले एक ग्लास फेस वॉश क्योंकि सोते वक्त स्किन ज्यादा जल्दी रिजुविनेट होती है सो गुड नाइट से पहले एक ग्लास फेस वॉश Joy, beautiful by nature.
What is in visual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects. Artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of in-visual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%, high quality inventory. Our InVisual Box project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
গঙ্গার এত কাছে আমাদের বাড়ি?
আরে ভেতরে এসো, কি করছো? তুমি তো নতুন বউ, লোকে কি বলবে? বসো।
চোখে যতটা ফর্সা দেখেছিলাম সামনে কিন্তু ততটা নয়।
কি আর করে জানি, ছেলের পছন্দ বুঝে আসছে। এটা আবার কি?
ওটা আমার হারমোনিয়াম, মা পাঠিয়েছে।
সে হোক, পলুকে বলে দিচ্ছে ওটা গুদাম ঘরে গিয়ে রেখে আসবে। পলু যা।
আমার মা খায় জগৎ।
কি আছে শিবির মিত্র?
আমার আলোয় মাখায় জগৎ, রঙিন স্বপ্নের
এই দেখুন বড়িয়ারি আপ কিন্তু দুধটা বসিয়ে দিয়ে চলে গেছে। আমি না দেখলে তো উঠলে পড়ে একাকার হয়ে যেত।
শোনো না, আমার গানে স্যার
প্লিজ এখন না, আমার স্কুলে দেরি হয়ে যাচ্ছে, আমি চলে এসে শোনো।
মনের ভাষা কেউ কি বোঝে, মন যে একা ঘুরে মরে, মনের কথা
কি শিবুল, আজকেও আমাদের সঙ্গে চা খাবে না? খাবে না বললেই হলো। আসছি আমি এক্ষুনি, দাঁড়াও। আর সাতটা তমতা ভি খাও। কত বড় একটা সাকসেস, এইটুকু সেলিব্রেট না করলে চলে? আসছি এক্ষুনি।
কি বলছো বলো তো তোমরা? কার কাছে কই মনের কথা, ৩রা জুলাই থেকে প্রতিদিন সন্ধ্যে ৬:৩০ জি বাংলায়।
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid DSP, set of programmatic tools for any advertising objectives. Vox, AI vision platform, spearheading innovative and visual advertising formats. Hive, in-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered, human-guided, get a personalized quotation.
हाय मैं हूँ सलमान, कुछ लोग मुझे टाइगर भी कहते हैं। हार्डिंग टाइगर, सब लोग मुझे टाइगर कहते हैं। ये SEL टाइगर TMT रिबार, एक्सपर्ट्स से टाइगर बॉन्ड कहते हैं। ये बॉन्ड छूटता नहीं, ये बॉन्ड टूटता नहीं। SEL टाइगर TMT रिबार में ताकत बेमिसाल और इसका एडवांस ग्रिप टेक्नोलॉजी रखे सीमेंट से बॉन्ड सालों साल। इसे कहते हैं बॉन्ड, टाइगर बॉन्ड। इन दीवारों में टाइगर रहता है। SEL टाइगर TMT रिबार।
सुबह फ्रेश दिखने के लिए प्रेपरेशन रात को ही करनी पड़ती है। सोने से पहले एक ग्लास फेस वॉश, क्योंकि सोते वक्त स्किन ज्यादा जल्दी रिजुविनेट होती है। सो गुड नाइट से पहले एक ग्लास फेस वॉश। Joy, beautiful by nature.
What is in visual advertising? InVisual is a technology for integrating an advertising message into images and videos on a page. Computer vision recognizes visual objects. Artificial intelligence analyzes text content and places ads which are relevant for the user. There are two types of InVisual advertising. In-image is a technology which integrates an advertising message into a static image. The second one is in video, which adds an advertisement into the video. Computer vision is a machine learning technology that allows us to analyze visual content and recognize various objects in it. The algorithm is able not only to discern a person from an animal, but also to recognize human age and emotions. Advantages of in-visual advertising. Visual advertising has a 100% viewability rate, high CTR. The average value is 1%. High quality inventory. Our InVisual Box project works only with the best publishers in each region. We can also create custom categories at the advertiser's request.
গঙ্গার এত কাছে আমাদের বাড়ি?
আরে ভেতরে এসো, কি করছো? তুমি তো নতুন বউ, লোকে কি বলবে? বসো।
ছবিতে যতটা ফর্সা দেখেছিলাম সামনে কিন্তু ততটা নয়।
কি আর করে যায়, ছেলের পছন্দ। বুঝলে এটা আবার কি?
ওটা আমার হারমোনিয়াম, মা পাঠিয়েছে।
সে হোক, পলু কি বলে দিচ্ছে, এটা গুদাম ঘরে গিয়ে রেখে আসবে। পলু